I know a ghost story. I don't remember everything perfectly, but I'll try my best. It's about this writer. I can't remember his name. This is a kind of urban legend, and the type you might hear sat around the campfire on a summer night. Anyway, this writer grew sick of the city and wanted to move elsewhere. He wanted to live a life deep in the mountains, so he had a small wooden lodge built and moved out into the middle of nowhere. There was no electricity, gas, plumbing, or even a phone. There was just a sunken fireplace. So, since the only heat source was a fireplace, the writer spoke with some people in the village at the foot of the mountain and found a married couple who sold charcoal on the side. He spoke with them and worked out a deal where he would get a delivery of charcoal once a week. He was living a good life out there in the mountains. He would plow fields, and when he felt like it, he would write. One peaceful night, he was woken from his sleep by a strange noise. It was a scratching kind of sound. What the hell was it? With bleary eyes, he went in search of the sound. From here on, I'll switch to the first person. There was a light. There was a fire still burning in the fireplace, and I could see, albeit it was dark. The lodge wasn't exactly big, so it was easy to see your surroundings. Something stood out. There was something in front of one of the walls. It was just a simple wall made out of logs and wooden boards. In front of that wall was the silhouette of a person. It was doing something I couldn't quite make out. It looked like a very thin and slim silhouette. It was barely visible in the darkness. It was definitely human-like, and definitely there. I could only see from the back, but judging from its movements and the direction it was facing, I guessed that it was scratching the wall. It made sense as I could hear that scratching sound. I just watched and its movement continued. I don't know why, but I didn't care all that much. I just kind of fell asleep. Perhaps that's because I was really tired. I don't know. I'm kind of a laid-back guy. When I woke up in the morning, I went about my usual routine and I almost didn't notice what was on the wall. Some messy, scribbled letters were scrawled on the wall. It was hard to make out what they were, but on closer inspection I realized they said, "Kill" and "Help." The color of the letters were pitch black, and I presumed that they were made with charcoal. I looked at the floor, and there was powdered charcoal down there. I was really interested in this. I wondered if the same phenomenon would happen again at night. When night fell, I made sure that there were gas lanterns lit in all four corners of the lodge, and that there were plenty of logs on the fire. If that shadow appeared again, I was ready to take a closer look. I pretended to be asleep in bed and waited. I don't know how long I waited, but eventually I heard that scratching sound. Unlike last night, the lodge was much brighter. However, that shadowy figure still looked like a completely dark silhouette. I'd moved my bed that night, and this time, I was looking at the shadow from the side. It was definitely a humanoid shadow. It was writing on the wall again. I looked at the thing's hand, and I couldn't see any charcoal in its grasp. It was using its finger to write. The movement, I realized it stopped. It was like I had paused a scene in a movie. It didn't move a muscle. Its head slowly turned to face me. It was agonizing. I couldn't take it. I felt as if I was losing my mind. I couldn't turn away. I couldn't close my eyes. I was about to see its face. It didn't have a face. It was like there was a black hole there. It was entirely featureless. The stench of spoiled and burnt meat attacked my nose, and that was when I realized what it was. It wasn't a shadow. It was a burnt person. I must have passed out when I came to in the morning. There were more letters etched into the wooden walls which surrounded me. There was only one word this time, and that word was help. That was all I could stand in that lodge. I got dressed and ran for the village at the bottom of the mountain. I needed to be around people. It felt like it took the longest time to get back to civilization. I went into the only bar that they had and I ordered a drink. The barmaster asked me about the lodge and if everything was okay. I told him my tale, and I expected him to laugh at me, but he didn't. It was here that I heard an unexpected and terrifying story. The couple I had bought the charcoal from had been arrested. They had a daughter, and unbeknownst to the town, they'd been punishing her physically. One day, it went too far, and the young high school student sadly passed away. Her parents burnt her in an attempt to hide the evidence. They threw her body in a kiln. The daughter's high school teacher was concerned by her absence at the school and had her own suspicions about her parents. The police got involved and discovered human remains in the kiln, and her parents were arrested. They confessed under police interrogation. I nearly threw up when something dawned on me. The charcoal that the couple had been delivering, it couldn't be, could it? The daughter's remains. I returned to the lodge after a few more drinks, and I collected all of the remaining pieces of what I was told was charcoal and took them to the local temple to mourn for her. I was in my early 20s house-sitting for my parents while they were on vacation in the Bahamas. I hadn't lived with them for a couple of years, but naturally, I made myself right at home. At the time, my parents were still the proud owners of our family dog, Buster. He was a German Shepherd lab mix who, in his heyday, which was long before this event, was quite the guard dog and a lovey boy. He was still a lovey boy at this point, but almost entirely blind and was starting to go deaf. No way my parents were going to kennel him. I wouldn't have allowed it even if they had considered it. Anyway, it was just me, Buster, and though he has no relevance to the story, I also had my bearded dragon Hank with me. Rest in peace to both those perfect boys, but on with the story. My parents' house isn't scary, not in the least, but things have happened there that are strange, and this falls into that bucket. I was comfortable being alone, and that night I'd lined up a series of scary movies to watch for the night. It was still early, and since I knew I'd be getting trick-or-treaters, I'd prepared to start with the lesser of the scary, so as to not make myself have a heart attack every 2 minutes. I turned down the lights, but not off, lit some candles, and started Gremlins. I was unintentionally and almost just subconsciously listening to the sounds around me and outside. The slightly muted sound of children's laughter and yelling, parents telling their kids to slow down. I could hear the movie starting, and therefore the sound inside became louder than outside. But then I heard something else, and it was more clear than any of those other sounds. "Dinner's ready," the voice said. Instantly, I jumped back up from the couch, and I did a 360. It was my mother's voice, unmistakably. Yet the words she spoke seemed distorted just a little. Oh, and she was in the Bahamas. "Dinner's ready," she called out again, a little quieter this time, and from behind me. I turn. As I do, I realize Buster was looking in the same direction as me. He then looked to me, and then back where he was originally looking. He heard it too. I know he did because then he stood up and started walking to the kitchen, like he would do any time my mom was in the kitchen, especially at dinner time. Her tone was familiar in that it was my mom's voice, yet it was all so confusing. It was like her voice had lost its warmth and was significantly dulled as it trailed off. Something was urging me to investigate, but what was I looking for? My mom was absolutely not here. Still, I walked around the living room, then the kitchen, and eventually I'd walked the entire house. ink on my shoulder the whole time, but yeah, we found nothing. I was clearly still alone. Then, standing in the hallway between my room and my parents' room, I hear something new. Her laugh. It's followed by her saying something I can't quite understand. It sounds just as close as her words did earlier, like her voice, but different somehow. I walked deeper into the dimly lit hallway, but I heard nothing. I tried to stay as quiet as possible, creeping slowly back to the living room, looking everywhere as I did. A sudden knock on the door startled me. Trick-or-treaters. Dressed in colorful costumes, several children had arrived seeking their candy. I hurriedly greeted the children with a smile, handing out their goods while trying to push away the eerie feeling that had enveloped me the last who knows how many minutes. I found myself just mindlessly giving aggressively large handfuls of candy to these kids, clearing the bowl. I decided it was time to turn the lights off and try to chill without the interruptions, hoping eventually I would just fall asleep. I knew I'd be okay, but I wanted the night to just sort of disappear. This wasn't the first time I'd experienced such an occurrence in that house, and I haven't been the only one. On 2 previous occasions, I heard this mimic, and one of those times, so did my dad. But Halloween seemed to be an amplified occurrence, multiple mimics. Maybe because the night was set up to be so artificially scary, I truly didn't expect something to happen that wasn't a manufactured scare. I decided to stop pacing around the house, and eventually, I actually started watching the movie. But all night, it was like I couldn't stop thinking about the voice. I kept recalling what had happened, even though I couldn't hear it anymore. I'd look over at Buster, and he'd be looking towards the kitchen, then back over at me. What was he seeing, or hearing, feeling? I really wish I could have asked him. That night, I had a dream that my mother walked through the front door, a smile pasted across her face. She turned away from me and towards the kitchen. Then she started speaking. I don't even remember what she said, but it felt so real, like I was experiencing a past moment. It was so strange, but it felt like I was in middle school. I could almost recall the moment as though it was real. No idea what any of this means. My mom was alive during all of this and still is to this day. So what's her voice and essence doing lingering around that house? Or is it not hers? My dad was a truck driver when he left the military in the late 2000s. By the time my siblings and I were born, he only drove in our home state of Texas, and summers were extremely busy for him. This incident happened in 2006, one of his extended trips across Texas. I believe he was driving south on 281. He was getting pretty tired when he pulled into a truck stop. He was making his way to the on-site convenience store when he noticed a young woman pacing in front of the shop. She looked to be in her early 20s, slim, very pretty, and wore a tank top with cut-off shorts, normal attire for Texas summers. She was carrying a plate covered with aluminum foil, as if she were making her way home from a family barbecue. Dad finishes his business in the store and headed back to his truck, where he was stunned to see the blonde woman sitting in his passenger seat. He was utterly shocked. He had no clue who this woman was or how she got inside. Dad was always vigilant on the road. He never left his truck unlocked. He demanded that she get out. He wasn't afraid yet, but something felt off about the mysterious woman. She sat there, staring at him with the covered plate on her lap, not saying a word. For a moment, he debated simply getting out, walking over to the passenger side, yanking her out of the cab. But he decided against it. I'm still not sure why. The whole thing was beyond strange. So Dad, against his better judgment, cranks his rig and drives off. the blonde still in the passenger seat. A few miles later, he attempts to make conversation. I guess he was trying to quell his extreme discomfort. He asked her name, but the woman remained silent. As he continued down the highway, lustful thoughts began to creep into his mind. I'm sure it had been a while since he'd last seen my mother, and they were way out here in the rural Texas roads. Who would find out? Just this one time. What could happen, right? Dad put his hand on her thigh, right above her knee, and the moment he touched her, the woman turned from a gorgeous young woman into a hellish monster. Her face became rugged, her eyes black, her teeth, they grew sharpened into fangs, and her tongue was unnaturally long. The demonic figure let out a guttural hiss, and the plate that she was holding suddenly began to move, as if it were a pile of withering worms beneath the foil. A putrid smell penetrated the truck's cab. Dad quickly turned his face away and managed to stop on the side of the road. As the truck came to a halt, Dad threw open his door and he jumped out. After his breathing returned to normal, he composed himself and looked back at the truck. The demonic woman had vanished. He was alone. He prayed for God to rebuke the evil spirit before eventually getting back into his truck and driving off. The woman never returned, but it took a while for the lingering stench to dissipate. When Dad got home, he recounted everything to Mom. He was so upset that she forgave him for being unfaithful. He'd seen a lot in his life, but nothing had ever frightened him like that. He blamed himself for impure thoughts, and it's possible that's why he attracted the evil spirit. Some might argue that people cheat all the time, but nothing like this happens. I can't explain why. I only know what happened to my dad on the very dark, lonely roads of Texas. When I was older, I asked about his experience, but he would never respond with words. He only just nodded. In 1994, I was 24 and at the ER with a piece of glass lodged in my pinky finger. It had a pretty nasty infection. The doctor removed the glass, irrigated the wound, and sent me home with instructions to return if anything worsened. Home was a 30-minute drive, and within moments of arriving, I began to feel immense pain. I immediately went back to the hospital, but by then, the pain was completely unbearable. The veins in my right arm were purple. It felt like someone had used a spade bit to drill a hole in my hand before dousing it in gasoline and striking a match. I collapsed on the ER floor, and the next thing I knew, they were cutting the ring off of my swollen finger and preparing me for surgery. The doctor asked if I was willing to lose my hand to save my life, and I told him to do whatever was necessary. I later woke up in the ICU with a severe strep infection. I still had my hand, but they cut open my pinky, palm, and wrist to scrape the infection from my nerves and tendons. I stayed in the ICU for 2 weeks, but my blood counts weren't improving. One night, I had a dream, or a vision, if you will. I woke to a black shadow lifting and dropping the end of my bed, but it disappeared after startling me awake. Terrified, I rang the nurse's bell several times, but when there was no response, I got up to find the nurse's station. The hospital was different. The lights were off in my room, and the door was open. I walked down the dimly lit hallway, and it was nasty. Filth was dripping and oozing down the urine-colored walls. There were a few people roaming around, but they were dead. Slowly shuffling about in their hospital gowns with their IV stands, I ran back to my room and jumped into bed. The black shadow returned, and I realized he was neither death or a demon. He didn't have detailed facial or body features, just a black humanoid body surrounded by an aura of darkness. Without making a sound, he violently repeated, lifting the end of the heavy hospital bed and slamming it down, shaking it side to side. Finally, with as much authority as possible, I yelled, "In the name of Jesus Christ, I command you to go." The room momentarily went black, and there was a sudden bam. A bright white electricity shattered the void to envelop the demon with a crackling vehemence. The creature reacted as if it were being fried by 20,000 volts of pure electricity, and just like that, it was gone. I woke to the welcoming sight of bright lights, a sanitized room, and beeping monitors. When I rang the nurse's bell, they came immediately and checked everything out. The next morning, the doctor said my blood work was great, with a normal white cell count, which, don't forget, there had been 14 days of no improvement before that. I was released the following day, and I went through vigorous physical therapy to regain full use of my hand. It took 28 years to write this experience, so I'm sharing it here with you. On Valentine's Day several years ago, I went on a date with a guy that I was set up with by a coworker. He said he needed to stop by his apartment to change as he'd been at work all day, so I went with him. And after we got inside his apartment, he tried to kiss and fondle me. I pushed him away, but he wasn't having it, and continued by pushing me into his bedroom and onto his bed. I resisted and tried my best to push him away, but thought to myself I was not going to be strong enough to prevent this guy from, well, I was crazy scared and felt totally helpless. Just as he ripped the front of my blouse open, his roommate came in, and seeing what was happening, punched this guy in the face a few times and yelled at him to get back, which he did, luckily. The roommate took my hand and led me out of the apartment, told me this guy had been a problem before, and would I like a ride home? I said yes, actually taking another chance, but I was so traumatized all I wanted to do was get away from there. It turned out all right. This guy was really nice and saved me. I told him how grateful I was. He said he was going to report this guy, as it had happened several times while he was his roommate. Well, about 2 weeks later, I was invited to a party close to where I lived. I felt like someone was following me there, but I brushed it off as just a coincidence. Perhaps the person was even going to the same party. A couple hours later, I left the party and started driving the 2 miles home, and I noticed this large car, the one that I'd seen on the way to the party, following me. Once I took a good look, I realized it was the guy who had tried to rape me earlier. I drove as fast as I could to get away from him, not going home as I didn't want him to know where I lived. I sped onto the freeway and off again, and ended up racing around the residential track trying to lose this guy. Finally, a police car puts his sirens on and the guy speeds off. The police pulled me over and I'm shaking like a leaf, asking why they didn't pursue the guy that was chasing me. They said they wanted to make sure I was okay, but I was pretty mad they didn't try to nail the guy. Luckily, he didn't know where I lived, and I never saw him again. But twice, I was so close to being hurt or worse. It taught me a good lesson. I met a guy. He seemed super charismatic, and after talking for a while, I agreed to go on a date with him. It was our first date, and it was Valentine's Day. I went over to his house to see a movie that he had acted in. He starts the movie, and I settle back to watch. I was in film school, and the guy, Nick, he told me that he wanted my professional opinion. We're 5 minutes into the movie when Nick reaches for the remote and says, "Let's fast forward to my part." I reply that in order to adequately critique the movie, I should see it from the beginning. Nick assures me that his scene is self-contained and needs no context. A fight scene plays. Nick pauses and asks, "What do you think?" I look confused and Nick says, "Did you miss me? Let's play it again." I watch the scene again, but still can't make out Nick. Nick rewinds, plays, and pauses. "There I am," he says, gazing fondly at the screen. Except the screen was gray. No actors, no landscape, nothing but gray snow. "What do you think?" he asked, his eyes never leaving the empty screen. At that point, I realized Nick was crazy. "That's great," I said, "but look at the time. Time sure flies when you're having fun." Nick was still staring at the screen with a strange little smile. I stood up. Nick stood up, now not smiling. "You're not going anywhere," Nick said. It's funny how fear works. I've found that in times of danger, adrenaline supersedes fear. I managed to trick Nick. At first, it was by hiding from him within the very home. Since he was blocking the door while calling for me, I knew it wasn't an option. Instead, I made my way from room to room, finally the master bedroom, which connected to a bathroom with a separate entrance. I sat in that room for almost an hour, and I knew Nick hadn't moved from his position at the front door. Then, after some time, I decided that I would just make some noise. He would have to investigate, and once he did, I'd run out the other entrance of the bathroom, and after more than an hour of suspense, I was finally able to escape Nick in that very way. Turns out it wasn't even Nick's place. He'd taken me to a house of someone that he'd ripped off in a drug deal. I'm very wary now of going to a guy's home unless I know him extremely well. At my mom's house, my room was in the basement, and the only way to get into the furnace room was through my room. The way my bed was set up, I was on the side that I could see directly into the furnace room, because there was no door separating my room from the furnace room. So one night when I was lying in bed, I saw a cat walk out of the furnace room, kind of look around my room, and after I blinked, it was gone. So after that, I talked to one of my friends whose family was friends with the people we bought the house from, and she told me that their cat actually died in the house. I'm not sure if it died in my room or not, though. Another time, I was suffering from an ear infection, but my mom would never believe me when I told her that I was having problems. She always thought I was doing it for attention or being dramatic. So again, I was lying in bed, not being able to do anything because of the pain, and there is a possibility I was hallucinating from the pain. But I saw a man standing in my doorway. He was around average height, but he was built, and he had wide shoulders. I was watching him for around 10 seconds when I heard a deep man's voice ask me if I was okay. I didn't feel scared. It almost lessened the pain, and I fell asleep. Around a day or two later, my mom told me that she woke up to a man standing at the foot of her bed, and she felt him tapping her foot. She told the man to go away, and after she said that, she felt like she was being pushed into the bed. When she was describing the man, it matched exactly what I saw. One night when I was in bed, I was looking at the laundry room, which was open, and I saw a woman walk in wearing a white dress. I remember her being pretty and not creepy at all.
So I walked into the laundry room and it was empty. So I went upstairs in the living room because my stepdad was still awake watching TV. So I told him what happened. He said he saw the same woman walk downstairs. One time when I was home alone, I was sitting on the couch watching TV. It was a couple of days after my brother's birthday, so he had one of those helium balloons in his room upstairs. So I was watching TV when I see the balloon floating down the stairs. It stops right in front of me, like something was trying to play with me. At first, I thought it could have been an open window, but I realized all the windows were closed. And it had to have left his room, floated down the stairs, and turned towards me, and then stop, which kind of freaked me out. So I told my parents, but they laughed at me for getting freaked out by a balloon. But a couple of days later, the same thing happened to them. But the weird part was, they were sitting in different seats than I was, so I don't think it was a draft or anything. The last story freaked me out the most, but could have also been my imagination. I'm not sure. So one night I was in bed. My stepdad had built a wall to cover the furnace room doorway that was in my room, and then made a doorway outside my room in the hallway, so it was easier to get in. As I'm lying there, I can see a shape of a person peeking into my room and then quickly ducking back into the furnace room. I watched whatever it was do that for around 10 minutes. But the weird part, it was really dark in my room, but whatever it was darker than that darkness, if that makes sense. I only saw that thing one time, so I don't know if it was me imagining it or not. Last March, my friends and I went to Chattanooga for my best friend's bachelorette party. We stayed at a beautiful Airbnb on the Tennessee River with a private and peaceful atmosphere. It was also on a nature trail. It felt isolated, but it was close enough to the city for us to have some fun. We had a great time out, and then we returned to the house where we started a fire. We relaxed until we got tired and went to bed. We decided to all bunk in the room that had 3 bunk beds and 1 regular bed. We wanted to watch a movie together, but in the end, we needed to sleep before the drive back more than a movie. Unlike my friends, I'm not used to falling asleep early, so I was wide awake and scrolling through my phone. I know it's a bad habit, but it's all I had. As I laid there, I started to get a bad feeling. I've had one paranormal experience before this, but it didn't scare me. I was just confused. This was different. My hair stood on end, like something with bad intentions was nearby. I looked at the others on the bunk beds, but they all seemed fine, so I kept scrolling. Only the feeling came back again, and this time, I looked towards the regular bed, where the bride and her little niece were sleeping. There was a dark figure standing over them, its head bent to stare at the little girl, and my heart stopped. I couldn't move. I kept telling myself it was just a shadow from the stairway. I looked down at my phone, hoping for the courage to text my boyfriend, though considering he doesn't believe in anything, he was no help. He just said I was seeing things. So we hung up. When I looked up again, the figure was gone. If anything, that made me feel even worse. It confirmed the figure was more than just a shadow from the stairway. I jumped out of bed, ran upstairs, and slept on the couch. I felt like a small child who had just watched a horror movie, I kept hearing the stairs creak, told myself it was just the house settling. I called my boyfriend back, and he eventually talked me down. I knew he was probably right, but I was still shaken up. I finally fell asleep around 4 when the creaking stopped. But I woke up around 6, and I had to go downstairs for my bag. A few minutes later, the maid of honor came upstairs looking confused and a bit freaked out. She asked if the bride had been upstairs, and I said only if it was during the 2 hours I was actually asleep. Apparently, it was about the time I'd woken up when she thought she saw the bride come up there. I told her it wasn't possible, but she insisted someone had gone up the stairs. Her face was white, and I told her to go see if everyone was still in bed. They were. We both stood in silent confusion for a moment before confirming that she saw it after I woke. I suggested that she might have heard me moving around. That's when she said she thought someone had been standing over the bride's niece, and my heart stopped. I didn't have to say anything. My face said it all, and she knew I saw it too. Needless to say, we were happy to get out of there without further investigation, but I felt guilty for not staying downstairs now that I know it wasn't just my anxiety. I don't know if this is related, but a few months later, I learned that Hale's Bar is supposedly one of the most haunted places in Tennessee, and it's only 2 miles from that house. They also had an old cabin from the 1800s on the property, and it definitely had some weird vibes too. It probably didn't help that they had pictures of the original owners in there. I don't remember their names, so I can't search for a relation to the bar. Yesterday, my mom told me about something that happened to her at work. Like myself, she's always been a huge skeptic, but this has freaked us both out. We can't explain it, so I'm curious if anyone else can. Mom works at a pharmacy with a colleague who is also a skeptic, but has an interest in the paranormal. She told my mom that she went to a cemetery with one of her friends, and despite being the only one there, they heard a woman humming. They assumed someone was crouched behind a grave. They looked around and eventually found where the sound seemed to originate. But nobody was there. They checked their phones just in case, but they still couldn't explain it. A little freaked out now, they went to a nearby pub to grab some food. As they were chatting, they both went silent at the same time and froze at the sound of humming. They finished eating and eventually parted ways to return home. Later that night, Mom's colleague called, and she was in hysterics. She cried. She said that she'd heard the humming in her house. Mom reassured her that it was nothing. She was probably just hearing things. But after the call, she went to bed and heard the humming again. The next morning at work, she told my mom, but my mom just brushed it off as a story. Then she walked down the upstairs hallway and heard a female humming right behind her. It only lasted a few seconds, and thinking it was a joke, she turned to laugh at her colleague, only no one was there. Her colleague was still in the room at the other end of the hall, and nobody else was on that floor. There's no PA system, and she didn't even have her phone. I've never seen my mom look so freaked out. She's usually a very straight-laced person who tries to debunk everything paranormal. My family consists of me, my parents, and 2 sisters. We used to live in a very large house with 6 bedrooms, 4 bathrooms. It was built in the 90s, and it had 3 exterior balconies, along with 1 interior balcony overlooking the living room and kitchen. We moved in during my 5th grade year, and we didn't move out until I was 25. It all started when we were still in the process of buying the house. The owner stayed calm, but Mom could tell that something was off. In one of their conversations, he blamed his upcoming divorce as the reason that he was so eager to sell. What seemed off was that he also said weird things happened in the house, and that its previous owner had said the same thing. Some examples he gave were that every owner before him had coincidentally gotten a divorce, and some heard whispers and banging when home alone. Mom thought it was a coincidence. She was determined to buy the house. Then things began to happen as soon as we moved in. My sisters don't talk about it very much, but on rare occasions, they'd feel a touch or hear someone whisper their name. They would mostly ignore it, and their encounters lessened over the years. It still messed with them, just not to a large degree. My dad didn't believe in any of it. He would even tease my mom and I about our experiences. He simply ignored any strange incidents, but by the time we moved out, he started to believe we might have been right. Mom and I got it the worst. She heard whispering, footsteps, and on rare occasions, she would hear one of us calling her name. Except it was actually an old woman calling to her. Sometimes she asked if anyone was there, and the whispers would come to an immediate stop. Occasionally, they would start back up again, only to continue going out intermediately. Without sharing too many personal details, my parents' marriage became really strenuous. It's getting better now, but while we lived there, it only got worse and worse. They were genuinely considering a divorce. I would hear footsteps on the stairs and someone rummaging through the kitchen cabinets, especially through the silverware. I'd also hear my family calling my name, usually one of my parents. And each time, I'd run downstairs to see what they wanted, only to be told that no one called for me. Sometimes, it would happen when I was completely alone in the house. I also heard whispering a few times, but when I said hello, it always stopped. Looking back, that was probably a stupid thing to do, but I genuinely thought it was an actual person at the time. And that's how I became its favorite target. If I told Dad, he'd just joke about it, and my sisters would hardly talk about it at all. My mom was the only one that believed me. It became most active when no one was home, so I tried to ignore it by playing video games or listening to loud music. But that only made it more active. By the last few years, the footsteps were louder, and there were more whispers overall. My parents once called for me. They were upset when I didn't respond. I thought that it was more fake whispers, so I just said I didn't hear them. What was I supposed to say? That the ghost confused me? We started renting the house out, moved into another. Occasionally, we'd have to move back in, and the activity would just get worse. Dad finally started to question if it was real when he heard me call his name twice. I was home for one, but not the other. When he asked if I called him, I said no. He believed me, but he was genuinely confused. I could tell he was a little freaked out. The neighborhood went progressively downhill during our time there as well. It used to be nice, but More and more thugs began robbing our neighborhood. Our home was robbed twice before we finally installed security cameras. Dad also ordered a new home defense gun, taught us about gun safety before it arrived. I guess something hurt us talking about it, because 2 days later, while I was home alone playing video games, the double doors to the patio began rattling violently. It was literally echoing throughout the house, all the way to my bedroom. My bedroom was upstairs. My door was closed. My TV volume was up high. Yet I still heard this, loud and clear. I started freaking out and hid under the bed while I called the cops. It took the police 30 minutes to get there, and during that time, I was talking to the 911 operator. She kept me calm, but those doorknobs were still rattling until an officer arrived, and then they suddenly stopped. I ran out as fast as lightning. We checked the cameras, but they showed nothing. My parents were relieved for my safety, and I think this is when my dad truly began questioning things. First, he knows I wouldn't lie about something like this, or call the cops for no reason. Plus, even if I wanted to, I'm a terrible liar. Last week, we finally moved out for the last time. Now that house has sold to someone else. I feel depressed, like I don't want to leave. It's like I have a weird attachment that I can't explain. I even had a few arguments with my mom about leaving. I don't care about the house anymore, but through the last week, it was like something came over me. The activity was worse than it had ever been. Aside from the usual stuff, doors began opening and closing. On the second to last day, while I was loading a box into the SUV, I heard an old woman say, "Don't leave. Don't leave." I thought someone had snuck up behind me, so I ran back inside. That was the only time I ever heard the old woman. It knew this was the last time that we were leaving, and it wasn't happy. Every house we've lived in before or since has had zero activity. To this day, I question a lot of things about that house, but I never want to see it again. I have no idea what was in there, so I wonder if any of you might know what it could be.
I grew up in Germany, and I'm interested in the paranormal, but also a little suspicious of it. I've had stuff happen that I can't explain, like my great-grandfather visiting me in a dream, even though I'd never met him. He died of cancer a few years before I was born. I remember what he looked like, but not what he said, only that he warned me about something. I eventually learned it was my great-grandfather by seeing pictures of him for the first time. My grandmother had stored them in her attic after he passed, but she cleared the room 10 years later. I also saw a shadow person in my bedroom doorway. It was imitating my mom, calling to me, believing it was her. I turned and mumbled for it to leave me alone. My mom overheard and came to ask if I was okay. In return, I asked why she woke me. She never called for me or stood in my doorway, nor did she encounter whatever I heard. On another occasion, my grandma randomly called me. She has a sixth sense when it comes to family and said everything was going to be okay. She didn't even bother with pleasantries. At the time, I was feeling depressed. I didn't know what to do with my life. I have no idea what made her call, but I'm positive she knew everything. She also did this with my sister on a few occasions. She'd call and somehow give her relevant life advice without being given any information. The latest experiences involve my Indian side of the family. Before we moved, we had a religious shrine in our closet, and one night, a blue orb danced through the room. The curtains were closed, no light was coming through, and the orb curiously went into the wardrobe. My husband thinks I saw God. I have no idea if that's true, but I certainly can't explain what I saw. The next one happened during a solar eclipse. My husband has a necklace that he's worn since birth. His mother extended it as he grew, and he gave it to me when he traveled for extended periods. On the day of the eclipse, I suddenly felt really sick. The bus driver even offered to call a doctor once he noticed how pale I'd become. I declined, but I had a hard time walking the last few meters home. I also had a burning sensation where the necklace touched my skin. I immediately called to inform my husband and to ask if I could take off the necklace and put it away and how to store it properly. He said to put it in a box, store it in the corner furthest away from me. I wasn't to wear it until he said it was okay again. As it turns out, his father's mistress does black magic, and the gods that protect us from black magic are weakest during a solar eclipse. I felt weak until the eclipse passed, and then I could wear the necklace again without issue. The last story is the most recent. I was visiting my in-laws in India. Their house is a little old but comfy and pretty. However, I always felt uneasy around the staircase, and apparently that's because it's the most active part of the house. My mother-in-law was a little doubtful of me, but she told my husband that the ghosts were less active during my stay. Basically, she thinks I carry too much light energy, and it dispelled them from the house. Well, I guess that was it. That's my small collection. Do whatever you want with it. I'm looking forward to your comments and ideas. When talking about what happened, I refer to it as a ghost story or a haunting because it's the closest concept I can think of, but I'm open to any interpretation. This was way back in 2007 when I was 16. I grew up in a haunted house. It was the first Victorian plantation built in my small East Coast town. It was constructed during the Civil War, and sometimes strange things would occur. Despite being a skeptic, I always chalked it up to paranormal activity, though I do have a healthy respect for the possibility of reincarnation. It was 9:45 on a weeknight, and I was getting ready for bed. As an avid reader, my routine included relaxing with a book before going to sleep. My precious cat, who's currently 21, was lying on my shins, waiting for me to finish reading. Normally, I'd put the book down, turn off the light, and lay back. Then she would walk up on my body and lay on my chest. However, this time, the universe had a different plan. I was engrossed in my book and wide awake. I'm a lifelong insomniac, so I never fall asleep easily. I assure you what came next was no dream. I put my book down as usual and reached to turn off the light. Only this time, as I hit the switch and the room went dark, a body fell onto my bed. That's the only description for it. That's what both my cat and I experienced. The body had the heft and size of a small man, and it fell from thin air with an audible boom. It felt like a goddamn corpse materialized mid-plummet, just to fall onto my cat and I. And it fell from a fair height, too, judging by the force of impact. My cat instantly flew out of the room in a total flight of panic. Her reaction is how I knew it was a real event. I immediately turned the light back on, but nothing was there. nothing except for an imprint, a body-sized divot in my down comforter, left behind as additional proof that it really had happened. I'm not crazy. I was completely sober and awake. My cat and my down comforter physically experienced what I experienced. Yet, in telling the story, it feels unbelievable. How could such a thing have happened? The logical part of my brain longs to find a neat solution for what happened that night, but logic doesn't explain it. In the years since this occurred, I've thought it over frequently, and in my heart, I believe that I experienced some poor soul's suicide. Perhaps not a suicide in our dimension, or maybe not our timeline. I don't know. What I do know is that a body fell onto me in the middle of the night, and it had enough force that it must have come from somewhere. This leads me to believe that it was the impact felt from someone jumping to their death. Gives me the willies to imagine somewhere in the world, or in a world much like our own, that some poor soul jumped to his death, and I felt it. Other times, I imagine it was a suicide from the past, resonating with my own time. Maybe someone who had previously lived in my house. I often think this because men were a bit smaller back then. The fact that it was a man is as obvious to me as the weight of the impact. I could simply tell that it was a small man's body that struck me. I could be wrong, but in my gut, I believe it. How? I don't know. Only the complex, unknowable universe knows how it happened. I'm currently 45, but this happened in 1993, when I was 15. We just moved into a big house located on the edge of Waukewa Springs State Park. At the time, I'd heard of Bigfoot, but the stories didn't interest me. We couldn't put the trash out until right before the garbage trucks ran, or the black bears would tear it apart. The deer population was off the charts. Plus, we'd see wild turkeys, pigs, and bobcats. Our home was next to the lake, and the only other houses were at the front of the neighborhood. No one was living on either side of us yet. After school, I'd go into the woods just to explore. I noticed a good spot for growing marijuana, so I decided to try it out. I became very familiar with the square mile around our home, and I grew comfortable with staying out there until dusk. One day, while checking on my plant, I saw my 11-year-old brother exiting the patio door 50 yards behind me. He was trying to follow me into the woods, so I pretended not to see him. While walking, I occasionally heard him behind me and stopped just to make sure. As I got deeper into the forest, I noticed it was much calmer than normal. I didn't see any deer, squirrels, or birds. There wasn't even any wind blowing, but I could hear my brother getting closer. I thought it would be funny to scare him as he passed by, so I ducked behind a tree. While waiting, I realized what little sound there had been was now completely gone. It was like wearing earplugs, but I didn't yet understand what that meant. It was merely an observation. My brother was being loud, and when he sounded like he was about 20 feet away, I prepared to pounce. Except he never came. The footsteps suddenly stopped, and I was left just sitting behind the tree. 2 full minutes passed, and I was beginning to wonder what the hell happened. Did he realize what I was doing? Decided to scare me first? Finally, I looked around the corner, but I didn't see him anywhere. Only, that should have been impossible because I heard him following me the whole time, but I didn't hear him leave after hiding behind the tree. The only explanation would be if he'd literally disappeared. The woods suddenly seemed very creepy. and I started feeling anxious. My brain said, "Get home now," but I couldn't seem to get my bearings. I was lost. Eventually, I calmed down enough to find my way back to the trail, even though I never left it. The problem was my equilibrium or something. My brother was still nowhere to be found, and I was genuinely concerned. He'd been right behind me only a few minutes prior. I yelled his name while jogging home, and after a few minutes, I finally heard his voice. He was hiding under a pile of palmetto leaves behind the trail, just laying there. I didn't know why, but I told him to hurry because I still had that weird feeling. When he stood up, I tried to ask what he'd been doing, but he only asked me to run home with him. I didn't ask any more questions. We simply ran home. Once we made it to the backyard, he explained that he was following me when he suddenly smelled something horrible. Looking to the left, he saw a big, black, hairy person. I was already a little paranoid because of my marijuana plant, so my first thoughts were of the police. My brother then specified that the person's entire body was covered in hair. It scared him so badly that he simply stopped, fell to the ground, and rolled into the palmetto bushes until I found him. At the very moment he finished telling me his story, we heard 3 loud bangs and a weird scream. We both looked up, and there, about 50 yards behind us, was the thing that he had described. It was swinging from a large tree branch, and had I not known better, I would have thought that it looked like a human pretending to be a monkey. It just didn't make sense. It was completely out of place. The creature was large and burly, but it still resembled a person more than anything else. We both remained frozen, not knowing what to do until the creature finally dropped to the ground and fled into the woods. It was hollering the whole time. The moment that it was out of sight, we ran into the house, yelling for our parents. At first, they said it was just a bear, but later that night, they realized we were serious. The next day, Dad found a report from Florida discussing something called a skunk ape. Over the next 5 years, I continued seeing the creature, and twice we'd had a deer leg and a skull left in our backyard. Once, I had turkey feathers placed on my windowsill. I didn't know what it meant at the time. I only learned about that later in my research. Every 6 months, park rangers left a barrel and a donut in our yard, hoping to capture any black bears that were too comfortable in our neighborhood. Eventually, I felt comfortable enough to ask one of the rangers what they did with the captured bears. Apparently, they're moved into deeper parts of the forest or relocated altogether. But then he said that that's not what I should be worried about. That there were bigger and badder things in those woods, and to always be careful. My parents still live in that same house today, and I visit them occasionally. Dad is retired now, and he's actually grown to be a believer himself. Over the years, he's had quite a few experiences of his own. The house is about 15 minutes from downtown Orlando, but the area is still surprisingly untouched by humans. I think our house was built on the creature's territory, and it was pushed back further as more homes were built. It's not as dangerous or thrilling as some encounter stories, but it was real. I saw that thing with my own eyes on more than one occasion, and now I'm just trying to learn all I can about it. For example, is a skunk ape different from Bigfoot? I don't know, but I look forward to finding out. I
feel like now that I'm growing up, I'm starting to feel the gravity of many things that happen and have happened around me. Being a curious person, I like to investigate things, like to make my own theories around them. Yesterday morning, I started having this conversation with my mom about my theories on what dreams actually are and what science says about it. In the midst of that conversation, I suddenly recalled an incident that happened with her many years ago. My mom is not the type of person who likes to make things up. She's also so skeptical of superstitions. I, and only I, know that if she claims to have seen something with her own eyes, something which freaked her out and almost froze her to death, she's speaking the truth. It happened 12 years ago. My family was going through a financial crisis, and we used to live in my maternal grandmother's house back then. Recently, a thief had also been sighted in the house, who ran away in a panic because of the fear of being caught. Many scary things were happening, and we were damn serious toward all of them, as they were causing our family a lot of stress. I didn't get to know exactly when and how, but one evening, my mom told my grandma that she saw a hairy demon in the bathroom, and she almost froze to death seeing that. As I was a stupid 11-year-old kid back then, I took it as a funny horror story. I let it be. When I recalled this incident yesterday, I decided to ask about the details to my mom, so I asked her to explain what was the appearance of that thing, actually. She told me that it was sitting on the floor in our bathroom. She said that it looked like an early man. Told me it was so gigantic that when it stood up on its legs, he easily reached the ceiling. As she froze and started screaming for help to my dad, this creature took only a couple of very, very long strides and disappeared. She says she doesn't recall much details from how this thing actually disappeared. I asked her why she calls this thing a demon. She said that because that's what her first guess was. I asked, "So you mean it looked like a caveman?" She said, "No, it wasn't a man or a human in the first place." "A beast?" I asked. She said yes. She said it had very long hair all over its body, that the hair had a soil-like color. Immediately my brain said, "Bigfoot?" Then I Googled Bigfoot and showed her the images. She said that it very much resembled the appearance in those images. I was shocked to hear that. The thing is, I'm from India. Nobody has ever heard of a Bigfoot in India, let alone in an urban environment. And that too, in one's bathroom. As weird and illogical as this incident sounds, it really happened. My mom rarely believes in things like these, and she's always very serious towards life. She's never been attention-seeking or something. This incident has never helped her in any way. In fact, she was facing so many more challenges in life that this incident was a fresh wound on already wounded skin. So, what do you guys think of this incident? How can one see a Bigfoot-like creature in one's own home, which then disappears and is never seen again? Could it be something else? Also, there's a little incident about how my grandma saw it too, around the same time. But I'll stop here. As a child in Pennsylvania, I remember fainting at the sight of something large, furry, and black in the edge of the woods while running a trail home from my friend's house. But that could have been a bear. However, then I moved to the Olympic Peninsula last fall, and after Thanksgiving, maybe early December, one morning around 4 a.m., our Labrador was whining, so I got up, put my shoes on, and let him out. He ran out all of 3 steps, stopped, and his tail went between his legs. He turned and jumped into the house, whining again.
I could hear the dogs on this one road going crazy outside. There is limited development here, just the beach on the one side, mountains on the other, with one small highway between. I walked out into our driveway, being new and curious and eager to check out the neighborhood. Trees, trees, and trees. I was listening with my eyes closed, thinking, beagle. Then in the mix, hound. Shepherd. I was hearing all the different dogs. I was feeling like I was using echolocation because it was so dark, I couldn't see more than just our cars in the corner of the house. Then, suddenly, I heard what can only be described as a gorilla bark. One that shook the ground, and it came from the opposite direction, behind me. I've worked with crocodiles and alligators up to 13 feet and nearly a ton. I've worked with king cobras and been bitten by a cobra. I've camped the Serengeti and had lions brush up against me in the night through my tent. I stared down a dozen hippos from about 20 feet at Zima Springs in Kenya. I've been bitten by a Gila monster, drugged down the road by a horse on my head. Insert joke about head injury here. I've been kicked by emus, pecked by herons, mauled by prairie dogs on live TV, squeezed by pythons, bitten by rattlesnakes. But this time, I was scared. The ground continued to shake as this thing moved through the trees, likely heading right for me. Shaking from the movement, there was an audible grunting sound too, just a short distance away. I knew it was only getting closer to me. I had no idea what this thing would look like, I just knew it was massive. I also know that sound, that bark, it wasn't a person. Way too loud. It was not a bear, a cougar, elk, deer, or raven. Nor was a piece of machinery running in the quarry in the middle of the night. It was something big cutting through the quarry, coming from the beach, heading to the mountains before dawn. I don't know what it was, because I slowly walked back inside and looked out the window into blackness. I have since gotten a little braver and heard more suspicious sounds, but nothing as obvious as that night. I'm pretty positive that we'll find a few small troops of man-ape species from the Ice Age that still inhabit some nooks and crannies of the Northwest. Stay tuned. Have I ever seen Bigfoot? Not exactly. I came across something in my wanderings that could possibly fit into the Bigfoot lore, though. I didn't exactly see any bipedal primates that day. But what I found along the Snoqualmie River was inexplicable and kinda creepy. I went up along Mountain Loop Road in the Mount Baker Snoqualmie National Forest to explore an area new to me that didn't have any trails. I parked on the shoulder of the road and entered the forest. It's worth noting that in my bag I had a topo map, a compass. I knew exactly where I was at all times during this venture. I also let someone back home know what area of the national forest I would be in, as well as the expected time of my return in case anything awry happened. I threaded my way through the pathless coniferous forest towards the river. When I entered the riparian section along the water, I was met with a strange sight. Dozens of alder, maple, and willow trees, smashed, shredded, ripped up by the roots. Others snapped, broken, or knocked over. It literally looked like someone had driven a tank through the forest, creating a swath of destruction about 50 yards long in its wake. Something or someone way off the beaten path here had thrown quite the temper tantrum. I'm mystified and more than a little creeped out. Who or what caused this? I checked for tracks or prints in the forest loam. Claw marks on the shredded trees, hair caught on the twigs or undergrowth, scat to be stepped in. Nothing. The damage was fresh, none of the torn vegetation showing the slightest sign of wilt. Sap on the exposed and shredded tree trunks was still wet, and it had yet to drip. The path of destruction varied somewhat in width. It seemed to be about 8 to 12 feet along the length of the mess. It was obvious this was not the result of flooding, fire, or quake. Could a mini tornado have touched down here in these rugged Washington mountains? Never heard of it happening before, but then what was it? No trace of parts or anything mechanical. The terrain wouldn't have permitted any sort of vehicle down that far, off the road anyway. But still I search. I find no tire or tread marks, no paint scrapings on the tree trunks. The mess begins and ends abruptly, and without any further clues to its origin. I'm crawling around, so intent on finding a sign that I forgot one of the cardinal rules of tracking, to look up. There's many stories of trackers so intent on their pursuit that they failed to notice their quarry has circled back and positioned itself to ambush. Situational awareness should always go with attention to detail. I stand up. First, I'm hit with a disgusting smell, one that smells of literal garbage mixed with something I can't identify. Then, I notice the other odd detail. The forest is gone completely silent. And that's my cue to leave. I can't find any clues as to what caused this massive mess so far off the road. I head back to my car, trying to ignore the sensation of being watched, which is increasingly more obvious. About the time I can start to make out the breaks in the trees indicating the road, the forest has resumed its baseline noise, birds and insect activity. I left the woods none the wiser. Hopefully I didn't get too bogged down with the details of this account, but I'm still baffled as to who or what could have caused such destruction. A friend who's a Bigfoot hunter on his weekends was convinced that I found signs of Bigfoot territory, a warning to other bipeds to stay away. I don't know. Draw your own conclusions. A few years ago, my ex and I were 8 years into our relationship and still living in a small Manhattan apartment. We were having serious relationship issues and separated a few months later. But we were together long enough for her to know weird shit happens around me. For a span of 4 or 5 months, the paranormal activity was so out of hand that I started documenting it. But unfortunately, I no longer have the evidence. We were experiencing new occurrences almost daily. There were strange noises. Things fell over when no one was near them. Doors opened by themselves. And occasionally, we saw white or black orbs. The orbs flew around insanely fast, and they often vanished through a wall. But there was one thing in particular that really pushed me to document everything. We had all of our gaming systems on one TV, but I ran out of PS3 and Wii games at the time. Normally, we only used the Xbox, but that was mostly just to play music through our phones or watch anime. But we also had a Kinect that was always on. One day, we were listening to music when we noticed the Kinect screen registering 3 people in the room. But we were the only 2 home. It was also impossible for a person to be where it indicated. We had bunk beds in that spot, and a huge pile of clothes was covering the top bunk. Yet the Xbox showed someone standing inside the bed and clothes, not on top of them. We reset the Xbox thinking it was a glitch, but it still showed a third person in the same spot. After that, we started turning on the Xbox every day just to see if it was there. Sometimes it was, sometimes it wasn't. But when it was, it would either stand still, wave to us, or move in a way that resembled dancing. Knowing no one would ever believe me without proof, I
I recorded a few short videos. On another day, we were listening to music and playing cards when the music suddenly stopped for no reason. Confused, we looked up to see the voice command had been activated, but neither of us had said anything. That's when I started a log in my notepad app. I wrote down everything I could remember and when it happened to us. In total, I had about 2 months worth of entries, but nothing happened for the next 2 days. Then, on the 3rd day, I heard someone in the bathroom, but no one was inside. I noted this in the log, and just as I hit the save button, the phone was pulled out of my hand. Startled, I picked up the phone and made an entry for that as well. After using the bathroom, I went back to playing Assassin's Creed. I sat down, grabbed the controller, and placed my phone on the bed. I got a text right after, so I sent a quick reply and put the phone back in the same spot. A few minutes later, I was bored with the game, and I asked my girlfriend if she wanted to go out for dinner. She did, so we began getting ready to leave. I changed pants and immediately went to grab my phone, but it was gone. Like myself, my girlfriend, hadn't seen it since I set it on the bed. I went on a rampage checking the entire room over and over. I was just so confused as to where it could have gone. I even stripped off all of the bed's blankets and shook them out, but I still didn't find it. I gave up for the time being and decided to finish getting dressed. Just as I went to put on my scarf, I looked down to see my phone on the bed, in the exact same spot I originally left it. I asked my girlfriend where she found it, but she hadn't touched it. She thought I had found it. There was no explanation. In the end, I simply put it in my pocket and went to dinner. A month later, it disappeared again. Only that time, I never found it. I used to have tons of paranormal experiences until I turned 18. Then they just stopped for nearly 20 years. 6 months ago, I started getting super interested in the paranormal again. I've been reading about other people's experiences here, listening to podcasts, and now things have started happening again. I believe the more attention you give the paranormal, even indirectly, the more energy they'll have to interact with you. I started dating my ex-wife in 2009, and we moved into her parents' old house in 2010, 2011. They always believed there to be a presence, but apart from a few silly teenage girl moments, no real experiences ever happened. When we moved in, we always sensed something not really malevolent, but powerful enough to make you uneasy. Even so, the first real experience didn't happen until a decade later, in 2020, after we separated and I moved out. In my new place, I occasionally feel a small presence, but I chalk it up to imagination or someone watching over me. Who knows what all's there that we can't see? We can only speculate. This brings us to 6 months ago, when I started reading people's stories each night before falling asleep. Now that I'm giving more attention to that world, it seems I'm beginning to feel the presence much stronger. Weird for sure, but I continue immersing myself. Then, in October, I had a new experience while in my basement converted bedroom. The stairs are ridiculously loud. You can always hear them over the TV or music, even if you're trying to be sneaky. One morning, at 6:18, I woke up, got dressed, and relaxed on the couch with my phone before I had to leave for work. My roommates were still asleep, and the house was dead silent. The couch was facing my open bedroom door, and I suddenly heard the loud, creaky stairs as something slowly walked down all 13 steps. There was no reason for anyone to come down there, but I thought a roommate might be trying to catch me before I left. I waited a couple of minutes, and there were no more sounds. But suddenly, the same loud steps marched back upstairs. Even more strange was that they fell silent at the top. The hall floor is also absurdly loud and creaky. You can always hear any time someone walks away, until now. It just isn't possible. I even tested it with a roommate later that day. I asked each roommate if they were up at that time, but they each said no. I did everything in my power to explain it, but I can't. I also want to tell you about other instances involving my ex-wife. We're still friends, and she's currently living in our old house, but we're getting ready to sell it. She's moving to a new state with her boyfriend, and I'm returning to my home state. Since her roommates are moving out, and we have a few repairs to make before selling, I moved back in. Immediately, I felt the presence in that house stronger than ever before, probably because I'm still reading and listening to stories every night. Well, one evening, I was helping my ex-wife with a cleaning job at a church for a little extra cash. She hates going alone because she thinks it's haunted. There's a specific room where she always feels a presence, and it makes her extremely uneasy. A friend decided to tag along, and when we got there, they asked me to handle the room since I don't rattle easily. I tried to get in, but the door was locked. While waiting for my ex to come unlock it, I walked down the hall to run an extension cord. When I turned back, our friend was turning stark white. When questioned, he said the door to that room had slowly opened as I went past. Take that as you will, just a door coming unlatched or paranormal. But it was a heavy, solid door with a sturdy lock. Anyway, I tried recording some audio, but so far I've captured nothing. I'll keep trying when the opportunities arise. Oh, I also say, you're not allowed to follow us, attach yourself to us, or feed off of our energy every time we leave the church. I have one more experience I want to close this out with. It happened during the first week of December, when my wife left town. I was alone in the house for a couple of months. One day, a friend who is sensitive to spirits was visiting, and we began discussing the strong presence in the house. It felt significantly stronger since being alone. My friend said he'd felt something watching us from the kitchen all evening, and nervously changed the subject. That night, I read some stories, plugged in my phone, turned off the lights, and laid down. But I was still very much awake when I felt something pat the bed next to my foot. It felt like someone took their open palm and firmly patted the mattress several times. I was definitely alone. There's no way it was a person. Calmly, I said, "Do not mess with me while I'm in bed. You're not allowed to feed off of my energy. Please respect my home and my boundaries." I tried not to freak out as I tucked the blanket under my body like a protective shield, and I tried to sleep. Since then, I don't read the stories every night. I should let things calm down until I'm not alone anymore. But here I am, typing this at midnight when I should be going to sleep. Still home alone. I guess we'll see if anything new happens. At the ripe age of 7 years old, dressed as a mischievous jester, I roamed the streets of my hometown with my older sister one Halloween night.
Eventually, my sister's friends would join us, and we would all be reveling and participating in the laughter and the shrieks that were echoing through our neighborhood. The thrill of costumes, the taste of candy, and the sugar high it provided us to keep on keeping on. It's strange. I can recall both the good and the bad of this night. At this moment, I was having the best time, completely oblivious to what was going to happen next. As midnight approached, it was a bit more still in the neighborhood now. I was tired and I wanted to go home. I remember dragging behind my sister and her friends a bit. She was holding my candy for me, and I was trying to hold my eyes open. It was during this lull that I felt eyes watching me. Somehow, I knew someone was behind me. Probably just some kids, I thought to myself. I quickly turned around, but I saw what looked like a grown-up. I didn't see any kids with the person, and so for some reason I started to pick up my pace a bit. I turned around and there was no longer anyone there. I brushed off the unease as I got closer to my sister and her friends, convincing myself it was just the imaginative spirit of the holiday playing tricks on me. Before I knew it, I'd slowed my pace down again, and even worse, I'd let my guard down. Out of the shadows to my right, between two streetlights in an alleyway, emerged a figure. The man, tall and menacing. He wore a dark cloak. His cold eyes filled with a predatory glare. It set off alarm bells in my head, even at 7 years old. I tried to turn away to escape his gaze, but my body felt frozen, trapped like a fly in a web. Before I could react, he lunged forward, his hands aiming to grasp me, to drag me into the abyss of the alley, I'm sure. He'd managed a hand over my mouth just in time to silence my initial scream. His hand smelled like an ashtray, and it was suffocating how much stronger he was than me. Within only a few moments, I felt myself being dragged further away from the street, further away from my sister. I would start to slip from his grip, and he'd sort of hike me back up, grunting and making horrible noises, before getting his grip back and continuing his sprint. Panic surged through my veins, and through what I can only assume was pure adrenaline, I found the strength to break free from his clutches. I remember my costume jingling like crazy as I sprinted through the seemingly endless maze of alleyways and deserted streets. I'm not sure where I was looking, but I heard my name being called, and damn it if it wasn't coming from behind me, the one place I didn't want to look. Only it was my sister's voice. Apparently, I'd just sprinted past not only my sister, but her whole group of friends. They were still on the street, standing where the man had initially pulled me in. Shock, fear, I don't know what it was, but I screamed for them to get away from there. My sister approached me urgently, and when she got to me, she held a hand to her mouth, quickly to hide her expression. And through her hand, she asked if I was okay and what happened. By this time, I wasn't capable of forming words, only tears. She picked me up and carried me the rest of the way home. All of her friends followed. The only person I was willing to say anything to was my mom. And oh boy, I think my sister was kind of worried about that. That was the last year my sister was allowed to take me trick-or-treating. My parents weren't really punishing her so much as holding themselves accountable, I think. The real problem was the grown adult who was out there trying to snatch up children on Halloween night. I remember my mom being on the phone with the police. My parents were upset that it wasn't being taken more seriously. Probably just some kids playing a joke, ma'am. Even I knew this was no joke. When my mom would tell this story, she'd always get heated and mock the police with that line, just some kids playing a joke, wondering how many times they'd said that same line and how many times it was never just some dumb Halloween prank. I'm still young, a mere 26 years old, I wouldn't describe this as a life-ruining decision, but it did change the course of my life for better or for worse. Senior year of high school, I'd managed to receive a volleyball scholarship to Albright College in Pennsylvania. I committed there junior year when a scout came out to one of our games. I may have let this go to my head a little bit, and my carefree attitude peaked in 12th grade. Halloween night, me and my friends had dressed like Charlie's Angels, and might I add, we looked awesome. I have auburn hair, so I was Drew Barrymore's character. My friend Tiff had bright blonde hair, and Lindsay went all out by dyeing her hair black. We also found matching rompers at Forever 21. Let's just say we looked pretty hot. Halloween was on a Friday that night. Our plan was to attend a party being held at our friend's house. Her name was Bora. Her family immigrated here from Albania at the end of our sophomore year. Her parents owned a restaurant in town. They were never home, and we had free rein to do whatever we wanted at her house. Mom and Dad had very different impressions of their daughter and the company that she surrounded herself with. None of our parents really knew the debauchery us girls would engage in. We got good grades, barely good enough to be eligible to stay on the team and for me to continue holding my scholarship, but good grades. But on the weekends, we would frequently engage in extracurricular activities, and Halloween was the perfect excuse to go all out. Lindsay had a prescription to Adderall, and the night would start with us crushing 3 lines and snorting them, off of Tiffany's English book, of course. We were walking to the party. Bora lived in the next neighborhood down the lane from Tiff. It was a walk that we'd made 1,000,000 times before. The trip takes less than 15 minutes, give or take, depending on what path of intersecting cul-de-sacs you'd take. At the beginning of our walk, Tiff leads us towards the street that's essentially the longest route there. Me and Lindsay are like, no, let's go the usual way. But Tiff begs us, and her emotional investment to the directional options made us sympathetic to her groveling. A few feet down the sidewalk, I noticed the streetlights are super spread apart, like bright spot, long stretch of pitch black, bright spot, long stretch of pitch black, so on and so forth. Then a spark of a Bic lighter indicated the idea that Tiff had. The houses that met the sidewalk were more like mansions. They were few and far between. Big 100-year-old houses, huge front yards with long driveway ending with iron gates. Some of the houses you couldn't even see from the road. 0 trick-or-treaters. Driveways were far too long for anyone to begin to endeavor. Very few of them even had decorations to entice trick-or-treaters. The ones that did simply had pumpkins in front of their gates. Even fewer pumpkins were actually carved. Tiff passed the joint to me and says, "Watch this." Me and Lindsay stop while she walks up to one of the iron gates and grabs a carved pumpkin. She turns around and smashes it on the ground like a DK barrel. We're like, holy shit, why? She replies by saying a speech like, "Listen, bitches, this might be our last Halloween together, but we're going to make some memories." Her call to arms inspires Lindsay, and after a couple of minutes of walking, we come across another carved pumpkin. This time, I watch as Lindsay runs over to it. She screams, "For the girls," then plants a soccer ball kick through the smiling face that someone had previously made on this pumpkin. We all celebrate as she runs back to the sidewalk. Our focus is on her, and we must not have seen the man on the other side of the gate. But when we were all together again, there's a man standing, pressing up against the iron bars of the gate, staring at us. We're speechless, all of us sick to our stomachs that we were caught. The light on the front of the gate barely illuminates his features. His expression looked old and mad. Countless wrinkles shadowed his face. He was short, with a horseshoe of long silver hair around his head, ending by his ears. He was wearing a dark knitted sweater, with a brighter button-up under it, tucked into black pants. His eyes are wide, wide open. He had his lids pushed as far back as he could get them, just to silently glare at us. We all hush at once. His sudden appearance gave me a roller coaster feeling. while I stood on the sidewalk. We all got hit with that fear, the primal fear every youth experiences when they get caught doing something bad. That type of fear, mixed with the notion that I shouldn't be worrying about my moral well-being, more so my physical well-being. It's an interesting cocktail. The way that he looked at us made me feel like prey. Along with that, I began to feel immense sadness, an overwhelming dread that finally possessed me to turn and run. Lindsay and Tiff followed right on my heels. We ran past 6 or 7 properties before stopping to catch our breath. Sharing a collective nervous laughter, we slow down and try to shake off the vibes of the prior situation. We touch ourselves up in Lindsay's makeup kit, standing under one of the few streetlights. Bora's house was one cul-de-sac over, and we worked too hard on our costumes to enter looking like sweaty Bettys. There's a handful of houses until we reach her street. We could hear the distant music that was serenading our drunk friends, but like a good best friend, Tiff stops us and extends her index finger at me and says, "Wait, you didn't do one for the girls." Both she and Lindsay begin to harangue me like we didn't almost get busted. They reassure me that the house is so far away now, then continue to press my commitment to our sisterhood. I give in. For the last time in my life, I give in to peer pressure of my friends, and the next carved pumpkin I see, I make a sprint for it. Preparing to boot the pumpkin to the moon, I scream, "For the girls," as loud as I can before booting this orange mass. But when my foot goes through it, I slip, and my leg slides under the bars of the property's gate. My right foot caught traction, sending my legs into splits. My upper half went forward, and I did a James Brown-looking thing that broke my leg into an L shape. My first thought, besides excruciating pain, was karma. Pretty soon, all 3 of us were screaming, and somehow, some way, my friends managed to get me to a house close by to call an ambulance. With one night of fun, I kind of completely lost it all. Naturally, I couldn't play volleyball, and therefore I was no longer eligible for my scholarship. But life goes on. I still ended up going to college. Of course, that's when the real horror story began. Student loans. I was told that I could use just about anything to connect with the other side, that it didn't have to be a Ouija board. I was also told that you shouldn't do any of this unless you're damn sure you know what you're doing. My mother and grandmother told me this, so I was inclined to heed their warnings. There was never a time when I wanted to connect with the other side until my best friend's cousin died. At first, I was opposed to the idea of connecting to the other side. I could hear my family's warnings radiating in my ears. I was by no means damn sure what I was doing, but Tara was my best friend, and she was grieving. She was going to try with or without me, and for some reason, I thought it would be safer with me. She had made her own board, and I was a little shocked to see she put it together so quickly, but I wasn't surprised. I asked her when she did it. She said she'd been working on it before her cousin died, but she finished it the weekend of the funeral. She's my best friend, yet I had no idea she was working on that thing, which is probably because she knew how wary I was around them. I didn't only believe in their power, I feared it. "I know you're scared," she said, "but I've done a lot of research and I know we're going to be okay." She didn't so much convince me as I couldn't say no. "So, when do you want to do this?" I asked. "Halloween." "Oh God, well, I'm committed now." "Why Halloween? Do you think it raises your chances of reaching your cousin? Because it actually raises your chances of meeting anything, including things you really don't want to meet." But Tara was sure Halloween was best. Halloween night arrived and I made my way to Tara's house. I brought various protection crystals, even though I knew damn well they couldn't actually protect me against anything inherently evil. We were basically about to open a door to anything and everything, while just hoping for the best. I had a few rules of my own, and since I had never actually done this before, I was going to follow those rules, because they came from people with actual experience. When I got to Tara's, she'd already set up her room to look like something straight out of the Craft. The only light came from candles, and black sheets covered her curtains. She also, to my surprise, had a small Sony hand recorder. Apparently, she planned to record this session. There was a small pile of things sitting next to her, and the board was in the middle of a circle she'd created with various sized candles. The pile included a folded sweatshirt, keychain, some random jewelry, and one of those mini troll dolls with the fuzzy hair. And there was a photograph of Tara's cousin, Ari. Before we started, I told Tara to try to clear her mind as much as possible, that she needed to only be thinking about Ari and their connection. You need to think about any and all things Ari, and I'm going to do the same. She nodded her head, and I paused. Also, we don't want to communicate with anyone or anything else, right? If anything except Ari comes through, we say no thank you and move on, right? I looked at Tara for reassurance. Right, she agreed. Originally, I had planned to start, but we both agreed that Tara should be the one. She began by simply asking, Ari, it's Tara and Kat. Are you here? Both our palms were sweating, and the planchette felt slippery beneath our fingertips. But it wasn't just because of our sweat. The planchette was actually moving. Tara and I made eye contact the moment it happened, and my heart rate instantly increased. I couldn't believe something was happening, and I wasn't sure what to do next. The board navigated toward the letters I and then T. We have to try to remember these letters. We don't have anything to write with, I said. Then S, followed by M and E. It's me. Tara was instantly emotional, but she didn't take her hand off the planchette. She just wiped her tears with one hand and looked at me for confirmation. Did I think it was her? How could I be sure? All I knew was it didn't feel like her. It didn't feel familiar. I shook my head. No. But then the planchette started moving again. We hadn't asked the board anything else, but it was spelling something. Can I come in? I was almost ready to take my hand off the planchette because those are exactly the words you don't want to hear when using a spirit board or trying to connect with the other side. No, you cannot, I say aloud before Tara can say anything. I tell her we don't want that, and she hesitantly agrees but continues. Ari, can you just give me a sign that you're here? She grabbed a necklace from the pile next to her and started talking about the story behind it. That was the first time I learned Ari and Tara were raised together until age 8, when they had to move away from each other. That's when Ari's mom got custody of her again. Tara's mom had these silver heart friendship necklaces made for them, half for Tara, half for Ari. Tara was holding both halves in her hand and full on crying, but she kept her fingertips on the planchette. I too had tears in my eyes, which was a bummer because sad tears make my eyes burn, but not being able to wipe them away made it almost impossible to see what was going on. Ari, if you're here, just... Tara's cut off mid-sentence, but I didn't immediately understand why. Holy shit, Tara says quietly, almost a whisper. What? Did something happen? I didn't feel anything move. I am fervently wiping the tears away from my eyes best I can. The troll doll, it moved. Silence, then movement. The board had something to say, and it took a while. The first part was, can't stay, followed by, love you, T. Silence. To me, it felt like whatever was occupying the space was now gone. Whatever connection that we'd made was temporary and was over. I looked at Tara, waiting for her to respond, and after a couple of minutes, she looked up at me and said, "Okay, let's say goodbye." The rest of the night, Tara was just buzzing. It was nice. I hadn't seen her like that since before Ari died. We stayed up all night watching horror movies and almost forgot about the recording entirely. It had continued recording long after we'd left the room. As we got ready for bed, we huddled around the recorder to listen. Throughout the session, there doesn't appear to be anything unusual captured until we get to where the troll moves. Just as Tara is cut off, a voice can be heard saying, "How about this?" really quickly. It took us a long time to discern what the voice was saying, but we are 99% sure that's what it was, and Tara believed it was Ari's voice. Truthfully, I'm not entirely sure what we connected with that night. I do know that Tara received some genuine closure from the whole thing, and I was kind of amazed to experience anything at all. Though I do stand by my rules when using a Ouija board, and I don't think that they're a toy. I also believe that they can be a valuable tool if used with positive intentions and good practices. I'm definitely not encouraging anyone to pick up a board, but my personal experience showed me that positive things can come from making contact. And even though we are opening a door to just about anything, we do wield some control in that power. We don't have to engage with things we don't want to engage with. Just some food for thought. Happy Halloween, and thanks for reading. This is my first time venturing online to share a painful story. I've lived a pretty sheltered life, but this Halloween season has stolen my innocence and every ounce of faith I once held in humanity. My son, Austin, is almost 6 this year, and he's been really excited about trick-or-treating. He's going as Woody, but his father also got him a little ghost face costume, and that's what he wanted to wear to his school's Halloween party in the park. I was one of maybe a dozen chaperones watching over nearly 50 screaming children, but I was keeping the majority of my attention on my own son. Maybe that sounds awful, but that's just how it works. It's impossible not to notice your own kid more, but even so, I still failed as a mother. Finally, the day was winding down and parents came to pick up their own astronauts and goblins until there was only a handful of us left. Austin was still particularly hyper, trying to scare me every time I turned around. I kept telling him to stop, but not in a way that I really expected him to listen. I was just trying to get everything squared away. Then he actually said something. I don't even remember what, and I realized, that's not Austin. I ripped the mask off from this new kid's face to see one of the other chaperone's children. I thought the boys traded costumes to play a swapping places prank, but Aaron, the other kid, said he hadn't seen Austin since earlier in the day. When asked why he was wearing my son's costume, he adamantly insisted it was his. Well, I've been stitching Austin's name into everything he owns since his second week in school, so that cleared up any confusion real fast. But then Aaron's mom began to get angry. She was just as ready to leave as I was. She told her son to go get Austin in a way that left no room for argument, and the boy crumbled into tears. He really didn't know where Austin was. A man gave him the costume and told him that he could keep it if he was able to scare me while wearing it. The sickening truth immediately sank in, and all of time, my entire world, came to a sudden screeching halt. We called the police. They came within minutes, but the wait felt like an eternity. We couldn't even tell how long Austin had been missing. I still feel like the worst mother in the world. We were incredibly lucky, all things considered. Thanks to Ring doorbell footage from the neighborhood, the police were actually able to find Austin within the hour. But the bastard who took him had him for several hours before we called the police. I still can't talk about it in any greater detail than this. That may come with years of family therapy, or maybe not. I just know that I have an overwhelming compulsion to share my story and warn other parents, please, if your child's wearing a costume that covers their face, just take a little extra precaution.
Sebastian, I'd say psychopath, but we were so young. Can you really diagnose someone with such a personality-defined illness? For all I know, Sebastian turned out to be a really good guy, a philanthropist in his community with a new life. But when I knew him, he was a psychopath that once hit himself hard enough in the face to knock out a tooth using a stapler. Then, he told the teacher my friend Michael did it. That got Michael suspended for 2 weeks, even though we both pleaded to the teacher that he was innocent. We watched Sebastian do it. For God's sakes, he told us that he was going to do it. A few seconds before, he grabbed Michael's stapler that was sitting on his desk, asking to use it. With a swollen lip, Sebastian interrupts, saying, "But I have a stapler. I didn't need to borrow one." He made sure to have his bright green stapler prominently displayed on his desk before he'd even approached the teacher's desk. He was also on our youth soccer team. Sometime before Halloween, one of my friends is giving out Halloween/birthday party invitations. Sebastian doesn't get one. So, after practice, he waits until my friend is with his mom before asking if he'd forgotten to give him one, guilting my friend into giving him an invitation. Sebastian brought his backpack to the party. It was kind of weird, but everyone likely assumed as I did, which that it was for carrying candy when we went trick-or-treating. He didn't immediately talk to anyone. He just went into the garage for a bit and eventually came back inside, minus the backpack. Guess it wasn't for trick-or-treating, I remember thinking. Later, it was time to play a few games in the garage. My friend's family went all out with decorations, spooky colorful lights, a fog machine, and fake cobwebs. It was really cool, but pretty dark, and given what was coming next, it was for sure scary. We played some mystery game where you try to figure out what you're touching without seeing it. Then, as advertised on the invitation, it was time to go bobbing for apples. 2 large black buckets filled with water and several apples scattered in the dark water. The game had barely gotten started when a girl called out in pain. Everyone looks over at her, and as she lifts her head out of the water, it's clear that she's bleeding. Something that isn't water dripping from her face. Quickly, the rest of the kids stop what we're doing while the adults turn on the real lights. As the parents inspect the girl, some of us are looking inside the buckets, curious about what exactly had attacked that girl's face. Upon closer inspection, one of the parents discovered that someone had placed various small razor blades inside of the apples. They were so small and it was so dark inside the garage that they'd been basically impossible to see. However, now that the lights were on, attention was drawn to Sebastian's backpack. He was nowhere to be found now. But his backpack was still in the garage. He'd left it leaning against a wall towards the garage door, and beneath it was a large puddle of water. My friend's dad picks up the backpack, noting that it's heavy and still dripping water. Inside, he finds over a dozen apples, the original apples from the game. You know, the ones without razor blades.
In high school, I used to nanny for this pretty well-off couple in the Bay Area. I really enjoyed working for their family, and I was sad when they said they were moving to Seattle. Before leaving, and basically during my time working for them, they had recommended me to some of their friends who also had kids. I'd done a few one-off jobs, and they were fine, but nothing quite like the Connors. About a month after their move, a woman reached out to me, inquiring about a more full-time position. A recommendation from Mrs. Connor, the woman said. Instantly, I could tell the woman seemed overwhelmed, and unlike most of the people I worked for, she was a single mother. Despite all this, she agreed to pay me double what the Connors paid. Part of that was because she had 2 kids, but for the extra, I told her it wasn't necessary. Still, she insisted. And we agreed to doing 3 weeks as a trial run, and if all was well, we'd sign me on full-time for the year. If everything could have stayed how it was the first 2 weeks, I might have accidentally gotten myself into a year of hell. Luckily, whatever was in that house decided to rear its ugly head early on, in the 3rd week. First, I'll back up and say that though this woman wasn't very cool, her house was so cool. She clearly was an exec at some tech company in the area or something. She never actually told me, but everything was automatic. She had a robot for just about everything except for taking care of the kids themselves. Basically, she made nannying a luxury. No cooking, no cleaning. I didn't even have to draw the kids' baths since, there's an app for that. The kids, 2 girls, ages 5 and 7, both very well-mannered and well-behaved. They too made nannying a bit of a luxury, but just when you think you struck gold, that's when you realize it's just a big turd. The girls sometimes had trouble when it came to going to bed. Normal kid stuff, and usually settled by a book or 2 and then lights out. Though the house was large, with several bedrooms, the girls shared a room for sleeping, each with their own twin bed on either side of the room. The older girl, Tilly, she'd slept in her own room at some point. It sat down the hall, still perfectly made up with its own bed. Why didn't she sleep in there anymore? Well, it was never explained to me officially, but from Tilly's perspective, it's because that room gave her terrible nightmares. So, early into the 3rd week, I put the girls to bed and I'm downstairs just watching some TV. As I usually do, except unlike any other time, this time I heard running around upstairs. I didn't have the whole logistics of the house figured out, but I could swear the sound wasn't coming from the girls' room. Instead, further down the hallway. Maybe one or both of them were playing in the other room, Tilly's old room. I got up to check, but it was clear the noises had stopped once I started up the stairs, and then slowly started again down the hallway towards the girls' real room. I was sure that I was about to catch them in the hallway, frozen, caught red-handed. As I approached the top of the stairs, though, there were footsteps, sure, but there were no feet to accompany them. The hallway was eerily empty, and the footsteps cut off almost instantaneously. I open the girls' door, and they're both still sleeping. I walk over to each of them to be sure that that's the case, but it's obvious they're sleeping for real. I even did the candy test where I said out loud that I had candy for the first one who could tell me what 1 + 1 was. It was a little trick of mine, and I hadn't tried it on these kids before. Still, nothing. So, that was weird, kind of spooky, and I really didn't have a great feeling upstairs after that. But it gets stranger. As I said, these kids were well behaved. They didn't talk back, they were caring towards each other. I never felt off leaving them to play with each other in the room or anything like that. One night, God, why is it always at night? Anyway, the girls were in bed, and as I was leaving their room and closing their door, I heard the sound of another door closing. Instantly, I looked towards the vacant child's room, and I swear, I see something dark, black as a shadow itself, but solid, peeking from the door frame before quickly disappearing. Logistically, not possible, considering that door just closed, and then there's the obvious problem of someone being in there at all. I lean back without taking my hand off the girl's doorknob and confirm, no shadow, and indeed the door to that room is now shut. I creeped my way back into the girls' room. They weren't asleep yet, and I told them that I was kinda sleepy, and I think we should all watch a movie and pile on the couch. It worked for them, and so I quickly ushered them downstairs. I remember I put on 101 Dalmatians because it's a comfort movie of mine, and lucky for me, the girls liked my choice. I didn't fall asleep so easily that night, but I did eventually. We all did. I wasn't sure how to explain why we were all sleeping on the couch, so I told their mom that we wanted to watch a movie and the upstairs was scary. Yeah, I sort of threw the kids under the bus like they were the ones afraid, but it was definitely me. I just felt so silly by the time she got home. Had I been overreacting? I think not. The very next night, I heard something a little bit after putting the girls to bed. This time it was coming from the girls' room. Just the lightest of footsteps. No crying or screaming or anything to warrant the level of alertness that I was feeling in that moment. Without so much as a second thought, I found myself practically running up the stairs. I couldn't understand why I was so scared, where this urgency was coming from. Next thing I know, I'm opening the girls' door, only they're not sleeping peacefully as they usually are. I see Tilly straddling her sister. And not only that, she's got her pillow over her sister's face. Tilly is smothering her with the pillow. My knee-jerk reaction is to run over and pull Tilly off, and I do so relatively easily. And to my relief, Ella is alive and well. She's in shock, but she's awake and breathing. I look over at Tilly, who I gently toss to the floor next to me, and she looks like she's seen a ghost, like she'd just woken up or something. She doesn't appear to understand that she's just tried to smother her sister. The rest of the night was such a mess in my head. I didn't know what to do. I was so scared of scaring the kids, but I was also afraid. I had to call Mom. She didn't answer. I put the girls back to bed, but I sat in their room, trying Mom over and over. I watched those girls like a hawk for the next 3 hours until Mom finally arrived. I was only 18 at the time, but oh man, I was furious at this adult woman for ignoring my calls. I told her I wanted to tell her in detail about my night before I left, and so I did. She didn't even seem fazed. Halfway through telling the story, I was crying because I don't know why. Because I saw her kid almost kill her other kid. Such a little reaction from her. It was so eerie. I didn't like it. That interaction alone kind of sealed the deal for me. I was no longer willing to nanny for this woman, and I told her quite frankly that she should consider therapy for Tilly, or getting a priest in that place because something wasn't right in her home. To make things even weirder, I found out months later that Mrs. Connor had never recommended me to this woman. She had no idea who she was. In 8th grade, I used to babysit for my next-door neighbor sometimes after school. We lived in an apartment complex, and they were literally the door next to mine. We shared a wall and everything. The occupants were a single mother and her 6 or 7-year-old son, Adam, who only stayed with his mom every other week or weekend. Usually, I would pop over after school just as Mom was about to leave for work, and Adam would get dropped off by the bus. I'd spend about 4 hours watching him, or on Fridays I'd watch him for several hours, and sometimes fall asleep over there. As a 13-year-old, I wasn't incredibly observant of family dynamics, but I did notice that after doing this routine for most of my 8th grade year, I started seeing a man going in and out of the apartment. Originally, I thought maybe this was Adam's dad, but I was curious why I'd never seen him before. The next time I babysat, I learned that the man was Mom's boyfriend. I asked Adam if he liked the man, and he said, "Sure, he's nice." And he was right. The man was nice. And it was thanks to Mom's new boyfriend that my babysitting schedule dwindled a bit, and more mom time was made available. I thought that this was great for everyone. I would see them less and less, but every time I did, they looked really happy, especially Adam. Towards the end of the year, my schedule for babysitting became mainly Fridays. For a while, everything seemed really normal by the standards of a 13-year-old, until it wasn't. Remember how I said that we shared a wall? Well, this meant that we could hear everything above talking voices, and we could hear a lot of yelling. It was always during the times that Adam wasn't home, which I thought was a good thing and therefore didn't pay much attention to it. My parents are sort of mind-your-own-business sort of people, but on the same hand, my dad is very much someone who wouldn't tolerate hearing someone else in trouble. I'd often walk into the dining room or living room and see my dad sitting at the kitchen table, almost like he was trying to decipher what was going on, ready to act in an instant. Part of me didn't understand the big deal, but I didn't realize my parents were sort of shielding me from hearing most of it. Soon after all the fighting started, but before the end of the year, my parents told me they didn't want me babysitting for Allison anymore. I was pretty upset because, though I didn't see much of Allison herself, I really liked spending Friday nights with Adam. He was sort of like a little brother, and I always wanted a younger sibling. My parents offered minimal explanation, but I started to put together that it had to do with Adam's family, not Adam or me. Several weeks went by where I wasn't watching Adam. In fact, I hardly saw him, and I started to ask my parents why that was. However, they just told me that he must have been spending time with his dad. Then we stopped seeing the guy, the boyfriend, suddenly. No one asked what happened with the guy, but the apartment was quieter, and Adam was back to being there every other week. On a Friday, it was almost summer, Allison had asked my parents if I could watch Adam after school that day, just for a couple of hours. She was working her last shift, and her and Adam would be moving back to Spokane within the week. It was basically my last chance to see Adam, and with the dude out of the picture, my parents agreed. Why not one last hurrah? I was so excited I could hardly wait for school to get out that day, and I almost made it. It was the last 30 minutes of the last period of the day, and just as I was looking at the clock, a voice came over the intercom. The voice was naming a handful of students, requesting they report to the office immediately. There were strict instructions not to leave campus if our name had been called. I had no idea what was going on. Nothing like this had ever happened before, especially so close to the end of the day. I found myself walking towards the office with a group of people I soon recognized. They weren't all of my friends, but instead they were all my neighbors. Every kid whose name had been called was someone who lived in my apartment complex, and none of us had any idea what was going on. We all sat around a large table in the principal's office, a place I'd rarely seen the inside of. Even though I was sure I wasn't in trouble, I had a really bad feeling. I felt overly nervous, and I'd learned later I was experiencing anxiety, and what I'd have even later on, anxiety attacks. However, soon enough our vice principal was in the office with us and told us that there had been an incident at our apartment complex this afternoon. The details at this point were incredibly limited, but the gist of it was that the school was working with the police to determine when it was safe to release us. I should mention my school sat right next to my apartment complex, so we were a group of kids who usually walked to and from school. Slowly, over the next hour, kids' parents were picking them up, and others were given the okay to walk home. Soon it was just myself and my downstairs neighbors, Martin and his little brother Christian, who were left behind. My parents usually didn't come home until about an hour after I was done with school, so I was used to walking home and being alone or going straight to Allison and Adam's, same with Martin and his brother, as we'd usually walk home together. But for some reason, today, the school wouldn't release us until our parents could pick us up. We still had no idea what was going on. It would stay that way for a while, until finally my dad came to pick me up. But we didn't go straight home. Instead, my dad took me to Starbucks and ordered me a Frappuccino. He never did this. I knew something was up. We parked, and he explained to me that our floor was currently a crime scene, that our family was okay, but that our apartment was currently off limits to the police. He reiterated that our family was okay, but that Allison's family, Adam's family, they weren't okay. He said we were going to go to the beach for a while, wait for my mom to get off of work, and he's going to explain it to me. On the way, he told me the whole truth. A truth that would be repeated on the news for weeks and weeks before news cycles found something else tragic to report on. Allison had been murdered, and her ex-boyfriend was the murderer. a murderer who had also killed himself. It wasn't just a murder that happened behind closed doors, though. The man had attacked Allison while she was in the shower. It's still unclear how he got into the apartment, but rumor was that the apartment's front office may have made the mistake of giving him a spare key. Allison had managed to escape her apartment at one point, proceeded to run around the parking lot screaming for help. Allison was being chased. Apparently, it was also the front office that noticed the horrifying event taking place in the parking lot. A knife-wielding man chasing a naked woman through a parking lot. He eventually captured her and managed to get back upstairs and into her apartment. They were only inside for a few moments before several gunshots were heard. Thank God Adam wasn't home. His school bus hadn't dropped him off today, and I have to assume he was going through something similar at his school, or maybe his dad would have picked him up by now. Either way, I'd never get to see Adam again. Everything grew very dark very quickly. One of those gunshots went through the wall of our dining room, essentially piercing the wall exactly where my dad had spent so many evenings sitting, listening. The whole house had trouble sleeping, and sometimes I'd find my dad sitting at the table, staring off, or even one time I'd seen him crying out there. Within less than 2 weeks, we were packing up our belongings and moving on. We'd originally signed a lease for another year just a couple of months prior, but my dad made it clear that we couldn't stay there anymore. I always assumed it was because of the whole bullet hole murder situation, and I guess in some ways it was. But the real thing, the thing my dad wouldn't tell me at first but did tell my mom, was that we couldn't stay there any longer because he couldn't stop hearing their voices. He couldn't stop hearing them arguing, even though they were dead. Call it shock, call it grief. I don't know what you'd call it, but I know that my dad isn't one to make a fuss or make things up. Sometimes I really wonder if he could hear that stuff, and maybe that's why he was crying. All I know is life got a lot lighter once we moved out of that place. So my dad was on to something. I still live in that same town, and this is still one of the most visceral murders to ever take place in the area, even 20 plus years later. Every time I drive by, I find myself looking up at the apartment and wondering, has anyone else experienced anything strange since living there? So, I saw something tonight in the sky I can't wrap my head around. I was standing out in my driveway smoking a cigarette, talking to my girlfriend on the phone, when I noticed 3 lights clustered in the sky, 2 red and 1 bright blue. Didn't think much about it because I live near an airport. I just thought that it was a plane or something. And then I realized it wasn't moving, and there was no sound. I said something about it to my girlfriend, who cracked a joke about, if it's aliens, you're not allowed to get abducted while you're on the phone with me. Then, suddenly, the object moved in a very fast line for about 2 seconds, paused, then raced off in another direction, and went behind the tree line and out of view, but only for a few seconds, then zipped back into view and remained stationary for a few more seconds, maybe a minute, then began moving rapidly, before finally going behind the tree line, and it didn't reappear. I have no idea what it was. A drone, maybe. I do live a few hours from an Air Force base, so maybe an experimental military craft. As much as I would love for it to be aliens, I'm skeptical and rational enough not to rush to any conclusions, but what are your thoughts? Update. So, I saw it again. Same thing. 3 lights in the sky. So I sort of followed it to see if I could confirm maybe it was a drone. As I followed it, I realized it was far away. Much too far for a drone. Much too quiet for an airplane. Its rapid movements were unsettling, to say the least.
was tempted to call my girlfriend, but was pretty sure this was just a joke to her. I'm not saying it's anything serious, but it's not normal. I've just got to know. Has anyone else seen these lights? What are they? It happened almost 10 years ago, right before I got pregnant with my first child. My husband and I were driving to my sister's house to have some drinks and stay over. It was dark outside when we left our place, and the drive is about 15 miles. The first stretch of highway passes right by Lake Michigan, and there wasn't a cloud in the sky. As soon as we pulled onto the highway, we both noticed an odd-looking star over the lake. It was the brightest light we'd ever seen. It would have been extremely hard for others to miss, but I'm not sure if anyone else was on the road. My attention was solely focused on the giant, blinding star. We thought it was amazing, but then it started moving. It went up, down, left, right. It seemed to be following us into town. My husband and I were transfixed. After we made it into town, we watched in disbelief as it rose even higher, shooting across the sky and out of sight. I was sad that it left and desperately hoping to catch another glimpse. It was such an indescribable feeling to see a giant light do all these impossible maneuvers, just dart across the sky and leave us in awe. The excitement and impossibility of it all made me feel like a kid again, full of wonder and joy. I couldn't stop thinking about what we'd seen, and that's not even the best part. What happened next changed who I am as a person and the way I perceive things. We were only a few blocks away from my sister's house when my husband stopped at a stop sign and looked to his left. At that moment, I was looking ahead. I saw the craft 2 blocks ahead at streetlight level. It glided across the street effortlessly, without sound. This time, it had no lights. It just looked like a blimp without windows, strings, or anything else you might expect to see on a blimp. It was a dark, matte gray color and covered in very fine lines, indentations, seams. I don't know. It was a little larger than 2 car lengths, fast and silent. A moment later, it passed in front of our car, and I screamed. But it was gone before my husband could turn his head. I made him drive around and search for it for a long time so that I could try to get a picture, but we didn't see it again. We both spent most of the drive watching this bright light dance in the sky, perform all of these outstanding and impossible aerial maneuvers, just to have it disappear and reappear with no lights or noise. That makes me think it knew we were watching. I know in my soul that what I saw was something far beyond our understanding, and for a while after that, my sister and I would stargaze, but we never saw anything like what my husband and I saw that first night. Over the years, the excitement went away, more and more as life got busy. But last week, I was driving home when, out of nowhere, an unusually bright light appeared in the sky. It was almost like the other one I saw, but I hadn't quite made the connection yet. At first, I thought it must be a plane, but then I noticed the lights weren't flashing, and I couldn't hear anything. Then, it suddenly started to descend, as if it were falling, but it stopped just above the tree line. I pulled over to a gas station so I could watch it, but nothing happened for 15 minutes, so I decided to go home. It was almost a straight shot home. I just needed to take one left turn off the highway. I was about to take that turn when I looked to my right. I saw the bright light again. Instead of continuing home, I changed course to drive straight towards that light and FaceTimed my husband. It was a one-way road that you've got to drive all the way through to get out, so I couldn't change direction once I started following the light, and I was freaking out. It was now right in front of me. I drove too far in, and the trees covered my view. But when I fell back, it was gone. I've also recently watched the 5E documentary before my most recent sighting, and it made me wonder if the reason I saw the light again after so many years was because it had been on my mind, like when I first saw it. The documentary speculates that they can be summoned with our thoughts and consciousness. Before I'd even heard of that theory, I felt like the reason I saw the craft was due to my elevated awareness from watching the light over the lake. The only thing going through my mind were huge amounts of wonder and excitement. For a little backstory, I live in a small southern city with a history dating back to the Civil War. The apartment building I call home and have called home for almost 4 years now was built in 1936 to be apartments, instead of existing as a house first, only to be then converted into apartments. The walls and floors of this place are tremendously paper thin, as I can hear my downstairs neighbor's TV and my downstairs neighbor's if she's talking loud enough. There's squirrels in the walls that I can hear scrambling from time to time, and I can hear every time the front door opens and shuts, generally because people slam it. I say all this to say, yes, I know there's additional, rational, logical explanations for all sorts of things. I'm sure there's a logical explanation for the heavy footsteps I sometimes hear in my downstairs neighbor's apartment, which sounds like she's put the heaviest pair of hiking boots on, which I'd be surprised if she owns, and then paces, doing her best to stomp heavily with every step. I'm sure there's a logical explanation for the knocking I'll hear sometimes on the bathroom wall, which sounds very much like my other neighbor is racking his knuckles against his side of the wall. I'm even sure there's a logical explanation for the shadow of an arm I saw in my dark kitchen once and only back in 2020. I was staring at it from the living room. I'm sure there's a logical explanation for any and all little creepy things that have happened while I've lived here. I can find no explanation for this next part. This was about a week ago. I was about to go to sleep, sitting on the couch. I sleep on my couch because the living room is the only room I can somewhat climate control, be it through heater or fans. I was playing some solitaire to sort of relax. It was a particularly noisy evening that night. The train was whistling and groaning as it made its way down the tracks. The squirrels were scrabbling in the walls, and I could hear my neighbors moving around. In truth, I was a little unnerved by all the noise. But then, in the midst of everything else, I hear it. Uh-oh. It was a small voice, toneless, either a young woman or a child. It wasn't muffled. Didn't sound like it was coming from the TV or from one of the neighbors. It sounded like it was coming from the kitchen or my bedroom. I stopped, paralyzed, listening, and hear nothing. Ever since then, I've heard nothing else, and no explanation for it. There's no grand ghost story attached to this place. The only thing that comes close, a half-remembered story from the old landlord about some little girl going missing here at some point. Even he hadn't heard about it himself. He'd only heard about it from a woman doing research for a ghost walk. It could be nothing, and I probably won't ever hear anything else, just like the Civil War nurse at my college. But I know what I heard. I know what it wasn't, even if I don't know what it was. That's what counts, right? A little while ago, I posted about hearing a girl or a young woman utter the words, "uh-oh," one night in my apartment where I live alone. Since then, I've started compiling a list of weird things that have happened in the apartment. I thought I might go over what's happened in my apartment since I moved in and see what other people think. It really started back in 2021. I'd moved into the apartment in late 2019, and for a year and a half I'd lived there. I hadn't noticed anything very strange, or at least anything strange enough that stuck in my mind. This would change very shortly. While I was hanging out with some friends in a Discord voice chat one afternoon, I happened to glance down the length of my hallway, the doorway of which is to the left of where I sit. Just by turning my head, I can look down the hallway into the dining room, and from the dining room, I can see my desk. Well, when I looked to my left that particular afternoon, I saw what looked like the shadow of a woman's arm in the doorway of the dining room, as if the woman it was connected to was standing just on the inside of the dining room, out of sight. Now, it might have just been the shadows, but I know I saw it clearly enough that it caught my attention, and it was still there after I looked away once or twice. It was clear enough that I was about to tell the Discord chat about it, but it finally disappeared, and I convinced myself I hadn't seen anything. A few months later, sometime around November 2021, February 2022, I was woken up one night to what I can only describe as a choir singing. It sounded like All the World, and as if people were singing it in my room. Now, there is a church next door, but I've never heard them practice before, and this was like 3 a.m. I lay there, fully awake and confused, until the noise finally stopped, and I once again convinced myself that I'd imagined it, that it was only a very late-night practice for the church next door. Now this one, over a year later, earlier this year, I was sitting on the couch in the living room, playing some solitaire on my phone, preparing to go to bed. As I'm sitting there, fully awake and aware of all the noises around me, mainly the train that had just rumbled its way through town, I hear in the silence that followed a young woman or child's voice, clear as day, saying, "Uh-oh," from the direction of the dining room. Now I've heard other people's TVs from the apartment. They're all muffled and quiet. This wasn't. This was clear and loud. A couple of weeks after that, I'm in the dining room, bent over, grabbing a couple of water bottles from the cask in the corner of the room. I catch movement out of the corner of my eye. I watch from between my legs as something, a lady's skirt maybe, moves from one corner of the room to the other. Again. This isn't me seeing something I thought I saw and then wasn't there when I went to look. I watched as whatever this was moved across the floor for several seconds. Why I never thought to stand up and turn around, I'll never know. Finally, just last night, I was listening to someone on YouTube talk about film in the 1980s, when suddenly, along with the audio from the video, I heard something that sounded like a woman's wordless, barely audible, whispering right by my left ear. I stopped. I frowned, rewound the video to where I'd just heard it, and it simply wasn't there. Wasn't in the video. Had never been in the video. I'm becoming more and more convinced that my apartment is haunted, but I'm still not 100% certain that it is. I guess I'd have to concretely engage with something before I believed it. What do you good people think? I've recently moved into an apartment in the historic part of a medium-sized town. The atmosphere is great, everyone seems friendly, and I get to walk twice a day for about an hour. Even the dogs that, despite feel they need to bark at me, are pretty friendly.
The only fly in the ointment is the guy who lives a little ways down from me, who may be a bit too friendly. Not long after I moved in, I started doing my walks, and I would notice the older man sitting out on his porch some evenings. I'd nod at him, he'd nod at me. We might exchange greetings, normal neighbor stuff. A few weeks into this routine, I'm walking back to my apartment, passing his house. He's out there again as usual, but this time calls out to me, stating how he always sees me walking. I respond that, yeah, I do it twice a day, and he invites me to come up and sit on his porch and talk. Now, Mama might have raised me to be polite, but she didn't raise no fool. So I politely declined and continued the short conversation from the grass in front of his house. After a few minutes, I excuse myself and walk back to my apartment. The next few days went on as routine, until one evening he's sitting on his porch, listening to somebody playing electric guitar on a radio. I mean, some really psychedelic stuff. He calls out to me, I stop, and he asks if I like the music. I said yeah. In truth, it wasn't really my thing, but again, wanted to be polite. So he invites me to come sit up on his porch and listen to it. I again decline, stating I had somewhere to be, and he grouses jokingly that I need to stop making excuses. I again take my leave, feeling even more unnerved than previously. Several more weeks pass and I'm walking by his house when he suddenly bellows, "Boy!" at me from his porch. I stop and turn to face him. I have a thing about people being too familiar with me. I hate being called bud or buddy, so automatically I'm on edge. He asks why he hasn't seen me in the last few days. I explain that I've been walking at the same time every evening, and again he invites me to come up and sit on his porch. I again decline. After several days of walking, I'm out one morning a couple of days ago, doing my normal rounds when I pass this guy in sunglasses and a hat mowing his lawn. I squeeze past him and the guy turns and demands to know why I didn't even stop to say hi. Surprise, it's my buddy. I state rightly that I didn't recognize him, and he suddenly changes the subject, asking what I do. I tell him I'm a writer. It's really more of a passion than a simple job, but it's the best answer I had. He says that he's wrote before, but probably never something as creative as I've done, which is mildly creepy considering I never told him I wrote fiction. He then says he wants to read some of my writing, says to bring it up to his porch one day, but helpfully tacking on that if he's not there, I should just knock because he's probably in the basement, where apparently his office is. Thoroughly creeped out by the fact that this dude is ticking all the red flags, I continue my walk. Several hours later, in the evening, I'm walking by his house when I see him come out of his house with his back to me. He hadn't seen me. He's fiddling with something on his porch. I slow down because I'm curious, and because somewhere in my brain, I guess I decided it would be rude not to say hi. He turns around after setting up the speaker again, telling me to come sit down and listen to music. Now I was meeting some friends a few minutes later and thusly declined, citing the fact that they were waiting on me. He immediately half-jokingly accused me of lying and says that I won't get anywhere in life by not telling the truth. Before then, inviting that I hadn't had anything to do all day, I argued that yes, I did. He finally drops the subject and lets me go. I'm walking away from him, and that's when I hear it, his screen door swinging shut. The man had gone out on his porch and set up the music, just to try to get me to go up there with him. That was the last time I went that way, the next morning changing my pattern entirely to avoid his house. This is where the I need advice portion is. In your humble opinions, am I blowing this out of proportion? Is this just some lonely, retired old man reaching out to the one person that he sees on a regular basis? Or is this somebody with a much darker agenda, trying to get me into a position where I'm easy to incapacitate, be dragged back into his house or office. Either way, I'm avoiding creepy guy because I'm not sure how I feel about someone who keeps trying to get me onto their porch. So about a month back, I posted my experiences walking in the evening, where I was harassed by a kid on a bicycle and ran into a lady wanting me to go get her formula for her baby. Thankfully, I had no problem with the lady. I haven't seen her since. The boy, though, I appear to have made quite an impression on him. After the initial incident, for context, he rode his bike in circles around me, popping on the sidewalk behind me in an attempt to rattle me, then shouted, "Yeah, you better run," when I finally crossed the street into a busy downtown. I didn't see anything of this kid or his absent friend for the better part of a month. Or rather, I don't remember seeing him. He might have been in that same parking lot, but never bothered me. Never occurred to me to pay attention to him. That changed 2 days ago. I was almost done with my evening walk, talking to somebody on the phone as I often do, just to give me something to do while I'm circling the neighborhood. I turn down a street that intersects near where I live, preparing to turn onto my street and go eat some dinner. It's then that I hear the sound coming up from behind me. Bicycle wheels. As I'm walking and talking, this kid, the same one as before, rides his bike up on me on the other side of the street and starts hurling insults, most of which I don't hear. The only one that I do consciously remember being able to decipher was a baffling, "Why are you on the phone?" Because I've got a social life, guy. What business is it of yours? As is my wont in those situations, I do my due diligence to ignore the child, assuming that engaging with him in any way is only going to lead to more harassment as he realizes he's going to get a rise out of me. The kid keeps up this barrage of nonstop motor-mouthing unintelligible insults until he finally turns and starts pedaling back, either because he'd grown tired of trying to get a rise out of somebody that he couldn't, or because I'd crossed and was out of his hunting grounds. I went in, laughed it off, and didn't think much of it. He was annoying, but other than trying to ram me with his bicycle, he seemed harmless. He was just a kid who thought he owned the world because of his age. Again, seemed perfectly harmless. Yesterday goes by without incident, no sight of him, and I managed to walk in peace. Tonight, that almost all changed. I went on my normal walk as per usual, having to amend my path as I have sometimes to avoid large crowds of people and open tables on the road. I'm not the biggest people person in the whole wide world. Crowds of any size tend to unnerve me. I've circled back and started walking by the parking lot, the one that the kid with the bicycle is usually in. No bicycle this time. Nope, just a kid. I'm walking on the sidewalk, aware of this young teenager to my left, keeping an eye on him. I don't trust him. I don't know what he might do if provoked. Almost absently, my eyes wander to the sidewalk in front of me, just to make sure I'm not about to run into a tree or something. My heart drops to my shoes when I see it. The kid has a friend with him, a friend who's currently standing facing me on the far end of the sidewalk that I'm walking down. He's eyeing me, arms crossed. And though I'm not sure, I'm pretty certain he's got a bat in his hands. Momentarily, I consider just walking up to and slipping past this kid, just to see what he'll do. I can be stubborn at times, particularly if I feel like someone's trying to do something to me. Thankfully, logic and safety won out on this one. I quickly slipped off the sidewalk, still walking ahead but through the grass, keeping an interspersed line of trees between me and the would-be assailants. The first boy, the one in the parking lot, starts walking the same way I am, adjacent to me, matching, step by step. I finally make my way past the boy with the bat, and then turn, going my normal route again. Glancing back, I see both boys eyeing me, watching me as I leave. I don't have any more incidents for the rest of my walk, but I keep my head on a swivel, just in case one of them decides to follow me, especially the one with the bat. So, kid on a bicycle, and your friend, who I hope to never meet again, let's not meet again, ever again. These are some of the experiences I had while working in a haunted house type place one October in my hometown. First thing I want to make clear, this building was super old. From what I can tell and find on the internet, it was built in 1916 and was originally a hotel. It had gone through several different owners throughout the years and was at one point a hospital, at another point an apartment building. It stood abandoned for a long time, but every few years, someone would try to raise money to do something with the building. Eventually, the local high school drama teacher bought it, turned it into a haunted house experience. I was brought in one year as a substitute actor, but ended up with an actual position because the girl who was working in my room refused to work in there alone. For a while, she tried to stop people from telling me why. But eventually I learned that she was standing in the shower in the room, hiding alone. Something or someone scratched her back, pretty bad. She still worked there, but she refused to be alone. The first thing that I noticed about the room was it had a very bad vibe. I hated being there alone every night because the room just felt off. The second thing I noticed about the room was the rocking horse in the corner of the room. It was strung up so that it would be hanging in the corner of the room, and it would just rock all the time. It wasn't like I was pushing it all the time or like there was a particularly strong breeze. It just rocked a lot. The next thing I noticed was that there was a super loud sound of running water behind me all the time. The pipes in the building didn't work at all, so water shouldn't have been going through them. It also wasn't raining or anything. I never figured out what that sound was. The other thing that happened a lot in that building was our technology stopped working a lot. Our lights and sounds that we were using would randomly stop all of the time, but it wasn't like it was a total power outage or anything. It was just our strobe lights and our speakers. There were also a couple of nights where I would take my phone out of the box that all the actors put their phones in, and my phone would go all wacky. It's been years at this point, so I don't remember all the details, but when I turned my phone on, it was some sort of black-blue screen with colored or white text that covered the entire screen. I was able to fix it, but it was weird that it only ever happened there. That's all I remember at the time. But if anyone has questions, I'm willing to answer them. Been a while since I shared this story. Background: I worked as an off-shift IT guy in a 24/7 federal building while trying to finish college. My shift, 12 a.m. to 8 a.m. I can't say too much, but it used to be many things, like a sanitarium, a hospital. Very popular in the 1800s. It had its own underground network of tunnels to move supplies and bodies in and out of the building. Train station, cemeteries. During my shift, I worked in 2 physical locations, the call center area and a secure communications room. The most frightening times I had was when I worked in the building's sub-basement. It used to be the building's morgue, but was now the exclusively secure communications room. Since it's 24/7, the lights stay on in that communications room at all times. There's always someone required to be in the room. Didn't matter if it felt like you were being watched anyway. Also, No one was allowed to be in that room alone. Our customers who we support made sure that one of us was in there with them while working. Minimum staffing in that room was 3 people during the day. At night, my shift, 2. Anyway, my story specifically was, as I was wrapping up my homework thesis, I heard a noise, like something heavy being dragged on the other side or opposite of my cubicle. I called my friend over. He heard it too. My cube wall is pretty long, but in the few minutes for my friend to come over, we both heard it for about 5 to 7 minutes. We asked each other if there was anyone else in our secure area, or if any last-minute work was scheduled. Nope. We made the choice to investigate the noise in the area. Nope. Nothing. Room doors still locked. No one else but us entered or was present. Took a smoke break and left, just to not run away screaming. People would complain that when they used the common restroom, someone would tug at their clothing while they were in there. It would always freak them out. The worst parts for me would be when I had to walk this huge Gothic building at night and in the dark and manually update computers. Security guards would make their rounds and shut off all of the lights in the areas not used, and I'd go and turn them all on when I did my rounds. Anyway, I'd see and hear things. Shadows appear when I turned on the lights and murmurs at specific places. During the day, when it's sunny, heavily populated, lots of people, you don't notice anything odd. At night, and it's just you and the other guy, hearing noises and seeing things, it's scary as hell. The building is still occupied. I'm told those areas are no longer available or accessed. They're now used for storage only. My younger brother and I have lived near the desert our whole lives. We're extremely experienced campers. I'm 20 and I've never believed in anything paranormal until last night. But my brother, he's always been able to see and sense jinns. They're basically demons. We always go to the same place when we want to camp with minimum effort, and the beginning of our day was completely normal. But the closer we got to our destination, the more I noticed my brother's mood shifting. When I asked him what was wrong, he shrugged me off, just said to keep driving. I felt fine when we got there, but my brother was unusually quiet. It was the afternoon, and we planned to leave at midnight. The heat was intense, so we set up under a few trees near some water. In the Middle East, it's said that that's where jinns live, but I didn't believe that. As we set up our tent, it fought us. We would secure one end and another end would pop up. When finished, it looked as if something was pushing on it, which is something neither of us have ever experienced, not even during a sandstorm. When my brother feels a presence, he gets extremely unlucky. After almost dropping a box of coals on his foot, he spilled a Coke on his phone, smashed his elbow, and cut his finger. He was digging in his bag when he found an unsheathed knife, but he said it felt like someone actually pushed his finger into it. This was all in a matter of hours, and it made us feel uneasy. Suddenly, a random couple appeared out of nowhere, saying they were stuck in the sand and needed help. We were driving a Land Cruiser. They said that they had a Nissan Altima, so we didn't expect to encounter many issues, but we were wrong. We dug them out easily, but they somehow got stuck again as we pushed them, even though there was plenty of space available to grip. Later, my brother said that's when he really started to feel an evil presence, but he didn't want to freak me out. We ended up towing the couple out of the sand, but it was much harder than it should have been. Our strap pulled off their bumper, and we almost got stuck ourselves. When we returned to camp, everything became unusually quiet. The only sound was that of our rapidly dying fire. As we sat down to eat, my brother suddenly grabbed my hand, and he said we needed to go as quickly as possible. The fear in his voice and on his face were obvious. He didn't feel safe. So we prayed to ease our minds, but it only angered whatever was there. We quickly finished eating, but I was only humoring my brother until I suddenly had a nagging feeling that we should leave. It hit me like a wave, and I said so. We started packing. That's when we heard something on the opposite side of the small pond. I can only describe it as the sound of death. It lasted for several minutes. I felt like I was having a heart attack. After remaining frozen for a few minutes, we drove closer so we could look around with the headlights, but things got really crazy once the screaming stopped. At first, we heard twigs snapping and footsteps all around us. Then we saw shadows behind the trees. I tried everything to get those shadows to change shape. I walked around the trees, moved the lights, but nothing happened. It looked and felt like people were staring at us. We felt like we weren't alone, and that the entities weren't friendly. We also noticed 3 cats huddled behind our car, away from the trees, but thankfully, they left as we started reversing. They looked terrified, and they were staring at the trees. It felt like whatever was there was getting closer, but luckily, we were able to pack up quickly. All was silent as we did so. I was most terrified while driving back to the main dirt path. I could tell the steering was off, like it was fighting against me. But that stopped the second we were on the highway. The sound of snapping twigs still surrounded us, and it was loud enough to be heard over the car. The path was covered in birds. They just stood there, staring until we got close. Then they walked away. My brother said to keep looking straight ahead. Under no circumstances was I to look through his window. We were in a part of the desert where we had to drive through the whole of inaccessible areas to get onto the highway. There were no other people around. The only thing we saw was an abandoned Toyota Helix positioned behind a small sand dune, hidden by the trees, but it was far enough from our campsite to be ruled out as the source of anything we'd heard. As we were nearing the exit, we saw a deer standing in the middle of the path, staring directly at us. In 16 years where we're from, I've only seen one deer, and that was someone's pet. I was in shock. The deer wouldn't move until we were close enough to smell it. Then, it slowly walked away while looking right at us. We quickly drove past it. My brother gasped before sternly saying to keep my eyes on the road. As we got on the highway, I asked what he kept seeing, and he reluctantly described large figures around us anytime we went around a bend. They were either pointing at us or ahead of us. I'm glad he didn't tell me until later. We still hadn't encountered anyone, but we heard sounds all around us. I was thrilled to finally see the exit, but that quickly faded when we saw another deer standing in the middle of the road. This one slowly walking away, but still looking at us. Only this time, it looked more like a kangaroo mixed with a deer. It had milky eyes, looked rotten, but I didn't care. I just stepped on the gas and was glad it got out of the way in time. At the exit, I was about to turn right when my brother said to turn left instead, towards a small town. He saw another line of figures pointing ahead of us and didn't think that we would make it home in one piece if we followed their directions. The further we drove, the less we felt like we were being watched. I was distraught. My brother said that that's because we were alone. The jinn wanted to cause us harm. They get you in rural places, so you're forced to stop, and then they can do whatever they want. That's why there were so many animals on our path. He also said that they cause bad luck. He'd felt them from the second we entered the desert. Before this, I always just dismissed his feelings as him being afraid. I can excuse the sounds, shadows, and the feelings of being watched, but I can't excuse the 2 deer or the car randomly fighting against me. It's safe to say we're not camping there anymore, and and I'll never again dismiss my brother when it comes to his sense of these things. I'm just so thankful we made it home safely. This happened to me several years ago, back when I was a teenager. I've never really told many people about it, but the memory has always stuck with me. Some background. I've always believed in paranormal. I've experienced other things, but nothing quite to this extent. I grew up in Arkansas, and as a family in a smaller city, we spent a lot of time outdoors, fishing, hunting, camping, etc. I was about 16 when my dad and I decided to go hunting on some land owned by a longtime family friend. I grew up hunting out there and was familiar with the majority of the property. My dad had been out prior and scoped a few good spots to sit and wait. He took me to a dry creek that I wasn't entirely familiar with. It had a raised island in the middle of it. It was like 4 or so feet higher than the creek bed. There was a fallen tree on top of it. He had me sit on the stump. He left me there and went to whatever location he'd picked for himself. I waited there for a while, not really hearing or seeing anything. I eventually laid my gun down on the ground at my feet, stood up to stretch a little. I remember suddenly feeling a little odd. While I was stretching, I started hearing thuds. It sounded like a horse running, or a deer maybe, but it sounded heavier. I could hear whatever it was, but couldn't see anything. I was in the middle of the woods, and I heard no leaves being rustled around or anything. Only the thuds. Before I could react, I felt a hard shove on the center of my chest, and I fell backwards off of the little hill that I was on. It pushed the breath out of me and scared me to death. After the hit, there was no more noise. Nothing running away, just silence. The entire experience freaked me out. And of course, when I yelled and finally found my dad, he didn't believe me. Has anyone else experienced anything similar to this? I've seen and heard things before, but I've never been touched or hit. What could this be? So right now, my garage is being rebuilt, and one of the doors is gone because the whole frame needs to be rebuilt, and it's taking longer than expected. There's no door at the moment. No big deal. It's just a garage. The house will survive if a raccoon or something gets in. But I'm not kidding. This happened just like 20 minutes ago. My cat ran outside behind me, and like an hour after that happened, I could hear him and the neighbor's cat fighting. I try to keep my cat inside, but he's fast. He'll run between my legs and right out the door. Okay, so cat got out. Him and the other cat are making some noise. Pretty average night so far. And then they get louder and a bit louder. And then I hear what had to have been a fox, but Jesus, it sounded like a recording of a human. Like, I'm not lying, and I guess I'm pretty sure it was a fox, but you know what? Fox, Cthulhu, either way, I'm not gonna go back out tonight. Fuck that. So, why am I posting this? I've had experiences with skinwalkers before. I've got another story out there. I sort of thought that it had lost interest in me because it's been a few years, but after hearing that scream, just, no thanks. I'll stay inside. I don't know how many people will read this or how many will believe it. Frankly, I don't care. I know that this happened, my brother knows it, and even local law enforcement believes some of it. This happened on a ranch that my brother and I lease in eastern Montana. The ranch in question is massive, covering about 18 sections. A section is 1 square mile, or 640 acres, and it's 2/3 deeded, the rest being either BLM or state-owned. This land is incredibly rugged. being covered in clay hills and deep canyons, and is for the most part unfenced. There are several buffalo jumps on the ranch, where hundreds of years ago the natives would chase the herds of buffalo off the cliffs to their death. You can find buffalo bones at these sites. Supposedly, the ranch was also the site of a massacre, where an entire village of Hidatsa were killed by their enemies, the Sioux, although I haven't found any official records of that incident. Also on the ranch are 2 abandoned homesteads, the Mint Place and the Carter Place. The Mint homestead is merely 1 mile off the county road and relatively easy to access, so my brother and I still use the dated cattle pens that are part of it. The Carter Place is more remote, however, only being accessible on horseback as the trail that went into it washed out many years ago. All that's left of the Carter Place is a log cabin with a roof caving in, an old corral system, and a barn that has toppled over. The last people that lived in the Carter house was the Carter family themselves. But during the 1930s, the father went crazy, murdered the entire family before turning the gun on himself. At least that's what people said. The ranch's current owners live in California and have owned the ranch since purchasing it from the Mint family. This was during the 1980s. My brother and I started leasing the ranch in 2007. There was some unusual activity at first, mainly random lights, but nothing that couldn't be explained in a reasonable way. The real strangeness began in 2017, after a well was drilled on the property. I wonder now if this may have unleashed something. During the fall of 2017, I was searching for strays on horseback when I was approached by 2 frantic hunters. The hunters claimed that they were being stalked by a pack of wolves, but I was dismissive. There hadn't been any wolves in the area since the 1920s. The hunters claimed they knew the difference between coyotes and wolves, and were absolutely certain that what was stalking them was wolves. Whatever it was had seriously bothered them. Later in the year, we were trucking cattle away from the ranch and back to the home place. We found out that we were a dozen head short. Despite us running 600 cattle on the property, we kept very close tabs on the herd. It was unusual to lose more than 2. But no matter how many times we searched and recounted, we could not find the missing cattle. This began a trend, and so far since 2017, there have been a total of 138 unaccounted cattle, a financial loss of $165,000. Though there are many odd events that I could recount, this is one that stands out. This took place in October of 2020. Myself, my brother, and my brother's eldest son were gathering the cattle and herding them to the Mint homestead, where they could be loaded onto trucks and taken to our home ranch for the winter. By this point, the weird activity on the ranch had increased, so much so that we never went to the ranch without being armed. This day was no exception. Strapped to the saddle under my left leg was a Winchester .30-30 rifle. The morning went well. By noon, we'd gathered 200 head, which we penned up at the Mint place. After eating a quick lunch, my brother and nephew loaded their horses and left. My nephew had a football game later that day. I stayed alone and rode northwest toward the Carter homestead. The first strange thing to happen was when I rode down a canyon. As I was riding, I could hear multiple howls and cries coming from all directions. I cannot describe what these howls sounded like because they were like nothing I'd heard, not before or since. As I continued riding in the canyon, I was overcome with a feeling of dread. My horse, Ace, seemed to pick up on this as well, began spooking at almost every shadow. This was very out of character for him, as he was usually a very calm and collected horse. The second strange thing was when I approached the Carter homestead. As I crested a hill in front of it, something jumped out of the old log cabin and ran in the opposite direction. I was still close to a mile away, so I had to use my binoculars to get a better look. What I saw through the lenses chilled me to the bone. It was a wolf, but it was massive, solid black. It
It was so large it could have been mistaken for a black bear, but it was undeniably canine. After seeing the wolf, my gut told me to turn around, come back later with company, but I ultimately continued. Throughout the course of the afternoon, I managed to convince myself that the wolf I saw was nothing more than a coyote, and its black fur was just a shadow. It was nearing dusk before I arrived back at the mint place, herding 30 head of cattle in front of me. After I penned the cattle up, I led Ace back to my pickup and horse trailer. From a distance, I could see that something was wrong with the trailer. As I approached, I found that the axle had come apart. It didn't make any sense to me. It was fine when I drove it in, but there was no explanation as to what could have made it come apart when it wasn't moving. By this time, it was fairly dark outside, and as we were coming out the next day, I decided to unhook the trailer, leave Ace at the corrals overnight. When I left, I saw 3 blue lights near the corrals, but I attributed these lights to hunters and continued driving. I also heard some more of those howls, the ones I'd heard earlier in the day. When all 3 of us arrived the next morning, we found the corrals in a total mess. All the grass was turned up inside the corrals where the cattle had been milling. The fence was broken in several places. The cattle that were penned up the night before were nowhere to be found, along with Ace. My brother and nephew took off on horseback, trying to locate some of the cattle and Ace, but they only managed to find around 20 head. As I was without a horse, we repaired the trailer and left later in the afternoon. The next day, all 3 of us rode. We searched exclusively for Ace. During this time, I covered a lot of country that I would have otherwise missed, and I discovered more bizarre things. At the bottom of one of the canyons were hundreds of holes, about 1 foot in diameter and 3 foot deep. These holes had to have been dug by people, as there would be no animal that would have dug them. I also found a bone pile, which was exceptionally strange. There were the carcasses of 4 cows, all piled on top of each other in an area that they typically would not have accessed. At first, I thought that this was the act of poachers who were illegally killing and butchering cattle at the ranch. But there would have been no way to get to this location with a pickup or a 4-wheeler, for that matter. The more we searched, the less sense everything made. We searched for 3 days before we came across something. My brother radioed me. We had no cell service. He told me that he thought they found Ace. My nephew and I rode to his location, and sure enough, at the bottom of a sinkhole, which are pretty common in our area, was the carcass of Ace, along with 3 cows. The sinkhole was at the bottom of a canyon, with the walls of this canyon being 300 feet tall, the sinkhole being another 20 feet deep. It took an hour just to climb down the canyon walls. When I finally approached the sinkhole, I found Ace to be heavily mutilated. Both ears were removed, along with the eyes, nostrils, hooves. The back of him was not exposed, but it looked like his tail had been removed. The cows surrounding also had similar mutilations. As was the case with the howls, the wolf, and the trailer, none of this made sense. It would have been almost impossible for just 1 cow to end up in this location, let alone 3 cows and a horse. There were also no tracks leading into or out of the sinkhole or canyon. The sheriff and veterinarian were both notified and an investigation was launched. The ultimate conclusion was that something had caused the cattle to spook and break out of the corrals. Whatever it was, spooked them so bad that they ran all the way to the mint place, to the bottom of the sinkhole, and that's where they perished. When I mentioned the wolf that I'd seen, detectives were dismissive, just as I had been when the hunters told me of the wolf 3 years prior. No foul play was suspected, and the case was closed. Though there are many strange things that have happened since then, there were none quite as upsetting as the loss of my horse. Cattle continued to go missing, and now we only ride to the place in pairs,
My brother and I are considering terminating the lease, as for the moment, the current cattle losses are unsustainable. I've always been a big YouTube watcher, and I found that many stories on the site came from Reddit, so I decided to share mine. This happened around 2013. I was around 8 years old at the time. I'd had a normal day at school. Got into bed, but had that feeling that I wasn't alone. Moments later, I heard someone whisper my name loudly. It was a male's voice, standing in the back of my room. Scared, of course, I jumped off the bed and I slept in my parents' bed. The next few days, I'd hear footsteps, pacing back and forth. My sister, unbeknownst to me at the time, was scared of something too, and immediately agreed when I suggested sleeping together. It was like this until she wanted to sleep in her room with me. I said sure, but I was still creeped out, of course. That night, I woke up in the middle of the night for the second time. The first time she'd rammed her elbow into my face, but this time, I just saw that giant, dark figure in the middle of her room. It was see-through, but it didn't really have a shape. I bolted out of there. I only ever told her about it a few months ago. These hauntings stopped, but they started again back in 2019, and they continue, even now. I've been going back and forth as to whether or not to post this, since to an outside viewer, the video isn't really all that interesting. If you don't know me, you'd assume it was faked, or I was simply misjudging where noises were coming from. But after a few weeks, I want to get my experience down in writing. Despite being a fairly mundane story compared to some of the posts here, it really upset me. This took place a few weeks ago. I'm going to go into detail to describe my house. Skip this paragraph if you want to get to the good stuff. In the video, I'm sitting on a couch, the camera facing the doorway that leads to a hallway. That hallway has 4 bedrooms. As you can tell by the boxes, people have been moving in and out. The bedroom closest to the living room had my roommate's stuff in it, a bed, a carpet, etc., and the door was held open with a bag of clothes so that the cat could get in and out. Her closet was also propped open with the laundry hamper so the cat could use the litter box. The second room was my old room. I was in the process of moving my stuff to the third room. Neither of these rooms have a closet. The second room, the door was open a crack. In the third room, the door was closed. These rooms also don't have closets. The fourth room, with my roommate's stuff in it, the door was wide open. His closet was shut. It's an old building, and the doors don't click perfectly shut. You need to kind of wedge them open and closed by putting your weight on them. Note that you can slam the doors without them closing. They bounce back open. All doors do this. I was sitting on the couch alone, watching TV. I was sure I was home alone since my roommate, Erin, asked me to watch her cat, and the guy in the back room, Mark, told me that he was going to stay with his girlfriend for a few days. But people come and go pretty often, so when I heard footsteps, I didn't really think twice. I've been living here for 2 years, and I can tell where noise is coming from. The footsteps sounded like they were coming from Erin's room. That's when I heard her slam her door very hard. I was worried something was wrong, so I got up to check. I saw that her door was wedged open, and the room was dark, meaning she wasn't home. I looked up in the hallway. I saw Mark's room was wide open and also dark. He wasn't home either. I immediately got a chill because
I didn't know where the noise was coming from. I've been living here nearly 2 years. I know every sound this house makes. I know that it was one of the bedroom doors. I was only sitting 10 feet away. I couldn't see the doors, but there's no mistaking that one of them was slamming. We're also the top apartment. We can't hear any noises from the downstairs neighbors ever, and there's nothing on either side of us. I went and sat back down. About 5 minutes later, the door slammed again. I got up, thinking maybe a window was open and blowing the door shut. This was unlikely since the 2 years I've lived here. The doors have never done this, even with every window in the house open. But I was still trying to rationalize it. So I checked the windows, and every window was tight shut. At this point, I was freaking out a little, went to sit down. As soon as I sat down, again, the door slammed, twice in a row, quickly. At this point, I know people will be rolling their eyes because I didn't get up and look again, but I was too scared to move. I have PTSD, and door slamming is a huge trigger for me, so my heart was already racing. But when I realized that there was no one in the house, I went into panic mode. I started texting a friend who lived nearby, telling him what was happening. Over the course of texting him for about half an hour, the door kept slamming. Sometimes every 30 seconds. Sometimes it would stop for 5 minutes. My friend was on his way, but he suggested I yell at it. I think he was just suggesting this because he thought it would give me confidence. So I yelled, "Please stop," as if in response. The door slammed hard, 3 times in a row. I literally was shaking at this point. I couldn't get up to even look if I wanted to. While waiting for my friend to come, it slowed down a bit. But this is when I finally realized I should take a video. In the short video, I got a quiet slam. In the long video, at the 34-second mark, I could clearly hear footsteps, which is why I said, "What the fuck was that?" At 42 seconds and 56 seconds, you can hear the door slam. When my friend got here, about 20 minutes later, it stopped. He thoroughly checked every single room and closet for an intruder. When he came back to the living room, he said that there was no one in the house. I finally calmed down enough to check myself. We spent about 15 minutes examining every door in the house. There was absolutely no reason for any of them to have been slamming like that. No windows were open. We were even testing out the hinges and shit, just trying to find a rational explanation. While I was in Erin's room trying to find her cat, the thing was terrified, wedged itself behind her dresser. I was also burning incense. I'm into witchcraft, so I was beginning to do a light cleansing to get the negative energy out. My friend, who is a pretty tough dude, like he's been to jail and shit, he screamed. I ran out and he looked at me, white as a sheet. I've never seen him scared before, and he was scared. I have a poster in the living room of a band called Witchcross. It's been up for a year and a half at least. It's the blue poster that you can see on the right in the videos. There's 2 massive push pins in each corner. Apparently, while he was sitting there, both push pins flew out of the corners and dropped to the floor. There was no breeze, nothing to knock it down. The pins just flew out. Keep in mind, I had to hammer those pins in when I put that poster up a year and a half ago. It survived multiple house parties without falling down. I put the poster back up in the exact same spot, put the pins in the same holes, and it stayed up just fine ever since. My friend stayed with me and the rest of the night. There were no more noises at all, even though we left the doors exactly how they were. A few days later, I messaged my old roommate. I didn't tell him what happened. I just asked if he'd ever experienced anything weird in this apartment. He said he didn't want to tell me because he didn't want to scare me. but part of the reason he moved out was because of the bad experiences he had here. This is not a superstitious guy at all. He also told me that 3 years ago, before we moved in, a girl killed herself in one of the front rooms. My roommate told me when he lived here, he had reoccurring dreams of a girl kicking in his door, jumping on him. Then, about 2 years ago, my old roommate's friend went on the roof, tried to kill himself in the little gap between the 2 front bedroom windows. So, there's definitely some bad energy here. I know this isn't proof to anyone who doesn't know me, because in order to believe this video, you'd have to take me at my word, and I'm just a stranger on the internet. I'm sorry I wasn't able to get up and get a video of the door actually slamming, but I was genuinely terrified by that time. I wish I thought to get more video, but when something like this happens, your first thought isn't, how am I going to prove this to the world? It's, what do I need to do to keep myself safe? At first, I thought someone had snuck into my house, was going to hurt me. All I could think of is what to use as a weapon. I couldn't even leave out the back door to my left because my shoes were down the hall. Sorry if you were expecting a crazier story, but this is one of the most fucked up things I've ever experienced. I've always been a bit of a skeptical believer, and if someone else posted this, I probably wouldn't believe it. I've been practicing magic for over 10 years, and I'm confident what I would like to do in this situation. I'm posting to share my experience and to see if anyone notices anything about the video or audio that I didn't notice, or has any other insights on the actual experience. Thank you. A couple of months ago, on a day when I was simply asking my cards if there were any messages they had for me, I received a calling to manifest something I desired, or I guess, thought I desired. Ever since I was a kid, I've always experienced what you'd consider otherworldly beings, spirits, angels, whatever your preferred term may be. There's been all kinds of experiences, scary ones, funny ones, good ones, great ones, etc. They're not consistent, but they've happened plenty of times over my life. I'm in my mid-20s now. So on that day, I decided to ask my guides something along the lines of this. If the power for mediumship is within me, I ask that it becomes more prevalent in my life. I did my own little routine that has been taught down the line of my Balkan family. Later that night, I was watching TV downstairs with my roommates. I had to pee, as one does, so I started up the stairs to my bathroom. One of my roomies yelled out a question. I stopped, naturally looked back down the stairs. I was frozen for a moment when I saw the scariest spirit I've ever seen. A woman in all black, drapey clothes, long hair covering most of her face, just staring at me from the bottom of the stairs. I didn't even answer my roommates. I began backing up the stairs quickly, turned around once again, and there she was, closer this time. A feeling of dread came over me. I'm not joking when I say I ran to my bathroom, slammed the door shut. I called one of my roommates downstairs to come get me. That night, as I was falling asleep, I heard my name being whispered. Let's just say I didn't sleep that night. I do all my practices during the day. It's just how it's always been and what feels right. The next morning, I reversed that asking of mine, did one of my familiar house cleansing practices. I haven't heard or seen anything since. I'm worried that I may have completely closed off this previous ability of mine. I guess what I'm so curious about is if anyone thinks that this was a dark entity, a lost soul, or anything else. I still question it to this day. Had I accidentally lowered a veil, made myself more vulnerable? Let me know your thoughts.
This happened to me in the early 2010s, and admittedly did not happen on the Navajo reservation, but it did take place on another reservation nearby. One night, me and a friend were chilling at his house, playing games, and decided to go out for some late-night food. Being that it was past midnight, the only option was the 24-hour McDonald's. After getting our food, we decided to just cruise around the back roads for fun. The area that we were driving wasn't well known to us since we were driving on another tribe's land, but my friend had a general sense of where we were going. The road we were on led us out into the middle of nowhere. We finally stopped and pulled over on top of this big mesa where the road went down like in a snake pattern. As I said, it was nighttime, but you could still see a long way off in the distance from our little vantage point, including house lights in the distance where the road led. After getting out of the car, I walked closer to the edge of this overlook point, started howling and screaming to hear my echo. I did that for a few minutes before I walked to the very edge and looked down. I saw a light from a window just below me, close enough to where I could have thrown a stone and hit it. I distinctly remember the light looking like it was from a candle with the flickering, but definitely wasn't dim like a candle would be. I also recall that the windowsill portion was made of stone and looked like an adobe house. Since I was higher up and at an angle, I couldn't see inside the window. I couldn't make out what the house looked like in general. All I saw was a light coming from a window. At that point, I turned to my friend and said something like, "Dude, there's a house just right there." As I pointed to it, "We better get out of here before they call the cops on us for screaming." My friend looked over and saw the light from the window too. He laughed and agreed. We both got in his car and split. Nothing spooky or creepy even crossed my mind that night, just that I may have scared someone in their house with my screaming. A few weeks later, me and the same friend went cruising around again, but this time during the day. We visited the same area, pulled over to look at the view. I went back to the edge of the mesa, looked over, but to my surprise, there was nothing there. Not only was there no sign of the house, but a house couldn't have been built there in the first place. It was way too steep, rocky, just boulders, sand, and weeds. I relayed this info to my friend, and he looked over the edge too. That's when we were both like, what the fuck did we see that night then? My story ends years later when I meet and befriend a coworker who lived and grew up on the reservation where the mesa overlook was. We began trading scary stories. That guy has some crazy shit that he's experienced out there. And I told him about seeing the adobe house at night that wasn't there in the daytime. He laughed and said something like, "Dude, you saw the witch house." I asked him to explain, and he said that the area that I was in was known for being a spot that people stay away from at night. Apparently, these witches hang out there now and then, and there's a small adobe house on that cliffside, but it's very small, like something your average person would have to crawl into. He doesn't know much more than that, but says he knew plenty of stories of people seeing it lit up at night. So that's my true story about seeing a possible witch house. Just like how skinwalkers are Navajo witches, there's other similar witches for other tribes. I don't know the name given to that one that I saw, but it's a cool little story to have in my pocket. When I was 3, my mom and I followed my dad to Oregon from San Fernando Valley in California. My dad transferred to Oregon City to open a new Home Depot. This was in 1997, so it was an even smaller city back then, and we lived out in the sticks, as my mom called it. The house was beautiful, though. It was situated in a solitary little clearing with a long gravel driveway through the trees. Our dining room doors opened up to a big lawn on a hill, and the front entry led to the finished basement downstairs, or the main house upstairs. In the main house's hallway, my room was the first door on the right, and my parents' room was the last on the left. The first couple incidents aren't too weird. I'd ask my dad to close the blinds so the monsters couldn't see me, even though we were on the second floor, and I'd run to my parents in pure terror almost every night. Maybe this is just a child adjusting to a new environment, but I don't know. I have such vivid memories of my panic as I ran down that hallway. So I'll tell these next two in chronological order. For the first one, my aunt said that she came to visit me when she was 13 and I was 4. My room was weird. My closet had 2 giant rolling mirrors for doors, and they took up half of the wall next to my bed. The bedroom door was opposite of my bed, and I had a wooden rocking chair in the far corner. My bed was against a wall, and my aunt was sleeping on the inside while I was on the outside. She woke up to see that I was awake, staring at the rocking chair, because it was rocking. She asked what was going on. I said that there was a lady in the chair. She asked what the lady wanted. I told my aunt that she wanted to read me a story. My aunt said to let her, and she said I gave her the biggest "what the fuck" look she'd ever seen. Then she said that there was nothing we could do, roll over and pass out. I personally don't remember the experience, but I vividly remember this next one, which happened a couple of weeks later. After my aunt left, I missed her terribly, and I ran to my parents' room, where I sat on the bed and stared at the door, like I was waiting for something. Then, suddenly, a rainbow-colored woman walked in. She and her dress were shimmery, multicolored, but almost muted. She sat at the foot of the bed, leaned towards me, saying that I would be okay, that my aunt would eventually come back. Then she left. That's the end of the memory. I also used to dream that I'd be looking at my body from above and suddenly fall into it. When I'd instantly wake up, the whole bed would be shaking, like I'd just jumped on it. Thanks for reading. Much love to you all, and please, let me know what you think about the woman. I've been thinking about her for the last 25 years. In 2006, I stayed overnight with a buddy at a second property his family had purchased. It was an old farm just on the outskirts of Florin Road, Watt Avenue, in Sacramento, California. My buddy's family had not moved in. He wanted to spend the night on the property to get a feel for it. The previous property owner's husband had passed away, and she sold the home for cheap. What struck me as odd was that she left all of the furniture, tons of miscellaneous personal property behind, which we discovered later had belonged to her late husband. I told my friend to get rid of all that junk because in my culture, Laotian Thai, we believed it was bad luck to hang on to a deceased person's property, the superstition being that the dead might come back and look for their property. On that particular night, I spent the night on the couch in the living room. My buddy was sleeping on the floor next to me. I could not fall asleep, but heard my buddy snoring loudly. Therefore, I knew he was in a deep sleep and did not witness the events soon to follow. As I'm slowly drifting off to sleep, I heard the closet door, located about a car length from my feet, slowly open. I knew it opened because it made this creaking noise from when the door swings on its hinges. At that point, I became fully alert, but I kept my eyes closed. I could hear my heart beating out of my chest. I was laying on my back and faced the ceiling. I slightly opened my eyes, glanced toward the closet. It was a full moon, so the living room was well lit. That's when I saw it. a black shadow coming towards me from inside the open closet. It had the silhouette of a man and stood approximately 7 feet tall, 2 feet wide. It crept towards me, and I was so scared I just closed my eyes, froze in place. I felt paralyzed, and I was on the verge of shitting and pissing myself. I kept my eyes closed, remained still for what felt like 5 minutes. Then the second half, and most scary, of the paranormal bullshit began. The blanket I'd have draped over my body slowly began pulling off my body. I could feel parts of my upper torso getting cold as the blanket pulled away from my skin towards my feet. I felt each hair on my skin stand because it was so cold. As the blanket continued pulling away and got closer to my feet, I whispered my buddy's name multiple times, repeating, "Dennis, Dennis, wake the fuck up. Something's going on in here." Dennis eventually stopped snoring and said, "What the fuck, man? I'm trying to sleep." After that, all the paranormal stuff stopped. I wrapped multiple blankets around me and slept in the prone position for the remainder of the night. I never had a more scary paranormal experience. I also have not been back to my buddy's farm since the incident. Sometimes weird things happen, and they just can't be explained. That night still bothers me to this day. I think the event took place sometime shortly after midnight. I thought the couch I was sleeping on was my buddy's, but later discovered it was part of the property that was left behind from the previous owner. I think her late husband came back from the dead to reclaim his couch. My cousin and I have always been close. We've been tight ever since we were kids. At one point in my life, when I was around 9 years old, my family had moved in with his family in their upstairs apartment in Montebello, California. It was a pretty great time in my childhood because I'm the youngest out of my siblings. Me and my cousin are around the same age. I finally had someone my age to play with. My cousin has 2 older siblings and a little brother who was around 3 or 4 at the time. So having someone to play with his age was also great for my cousin too. The first couple of nights that we spent over there were pretty normal. We woke up, got ready for school, came home, did our homework, ate dinner. We'd play for a little bit and then go to bed. Whenever we would play after dinner, I noticed that my youngest cousin was also playing in the front room by himself, but having full-blown conversations with himself. I asked my cousin, "Who's he talking to?" And my cousin responded with, "Yeah, I don't know, man. He keeps telling everybody that he has an imaginary friend named Gilbert. My mom says it's just a phase he's going through." We didn't think nothing of it. Me and my cousin would just continue to play. Him being 3 years old and us being 9 years old, we would play with him whenever we could, but the age difference would always get in the way. Me and my cousin wanted to play with action figures. My little cousin wanted to play act like a puppy. It's just the nature of being a 3-year-old. Things started to take a turn when me and my cousin would notice that some of the toys that we would put away because they were our favorites would always be misplaced, or not in the same position we would leave them. We always thought it was weird. One night after dinner, me and my cousin decided that we were going to take our action figures and play by the kitchen table. Little did we know that we were about to experience together something that we would remember for the rest of our lives. I remember grabbing all of our Marvel action figures together and bringing them over by the kitchen table. My cousin shouts, "I want to play Wolverine." And I respond with, "Okay, I'm going to play Spider-Man." And just as 9-year-old kids do, we let our imagination take over. We begin playing with our action figures. In the middle of our role-playing, my little cousin comes up to us and asks if we want to play hide-and-seek with him. My cousin told him, "No, we're going to play with our toys, but you can play with us if you want to." I remember after my cousin said no, My little cousin stood there looking at us. Then he turned to his side and said, "See, I told you they don't want to play." Me and my cousin looked at each other like he was crazy. I said to him, "Who are you talking to?" My little cousin responded with, "I'm talking to my friend Gilbert. He wants to play hide and seek. He doesn't like it when you guys say no." I remember laughing. I'm telling my little cousin, "Well, tell your friend Gilbert we don't want to play with him." My little cousin just looked at us one more time and walked away. Me and my other cousin laughed it off and continued to play with our toys. As we were playing with our toys, me and my cousin started to hear noises coming from the kitchen. We both looked at each other with the facial expression that described without saying words, "Did you hear that?" And while looking at one another, simultaneously we both shrugged and continued to play. Once we started playing again, we hear what sounds like dishes in the dish rack shaking as if something was vibrating them. We both look at each other again. Both of our facial expressions are the same. We are both looking at each other like, what the hell is going on in the kitchen? So we put our toys down. We peek our heads into the kitchen area, and as we do, we can see the dish rack shaking uncontrollably. I remember feeling confused and thinking to myself, why is it shaking like that? As me and my cousin are both looking at the dish rack shake for no reason, we both see a butter knife suddenly rise out of the dish rack, hover in the air for a second, then tossed in our direction onto the floor. Me and my cousin are now both looking at this butter knife on the floor, about 2 feet away from us. We both look at each other, and I say to him, "Did you just see that?" And he responds with, "Yep." Then my cousin decides to tell me about all these conversations, the ones he's been overhearing between his mom and his stepdad, about all the weird things that have been happening around his apartment, how they both feel that Gilbert is a spirit that's been following my little cousin. Then he told me a few nights ago, before we moved into his apartment, him and his older sister were in their room, the one that they share. They were watching TV, and all of a sudden, they could hear footsteps in their hallway. He said that him and his older sister were the only ones awake, and every time they would open up their door to look out into the hallway, they wouldn't see anyone. He said that they went back and continued to watch TV with the door shut. Then, again, all of a sudden they hear the footsteps charging in the direction of their room in the hallway. And as soon as it got close to their door, boom, the door burst open. They could hear footsteps running away. As we got older, we were both in our 20s. Me and my cousin got drunk together one night. It was pretty close to a holiday. We were both discussing our experiences that we had with other family members, including my grandma. My grandmother still lives in the same apartment complex, but downstairs to where my cousins used to live. She's been there so long that she's very good friends with the owner of the apartments. My grandmother decides to tell us, finally admits to us, that my younger cousin's friend, Gilbert, was anything but imaginary. Both my grandmother and grandfather claimed to have actually seen him. She described him as a boy with a somewhat of a bowl haircut, wearing old-fashioned clothes, such as a button-up long sleeve, with the sleeves rolled up, trousers, suspenders. She told us the night that she first saw him, she knew it wasn't normal, so she contacted the owner of the apartments and explained to him what she'd seen and experienced. She said the owner had admitted that a family had once lived in the upper apartments, where my cousin used to live, a very long time ago, when the apartments were first built. He'd told her that the family's youngest son had passed away upstairs. He's not exactly sure about the specifics of the situation. He said the little boy's name was Gilbert. I'm a 25-year-old female, and I've always been fairly in tune with the supernatural. My first memorable experience happened when I was with my cousin Kay. We were only 7. Kay and I went to an older cousin's birthday party Her name is Kat. She was turning 12. It was a gorgeous June day, the perfect time to enjoy a nice summer breeze. Kat's party was at Duncan Park in Natchez, Mississippi. While this park had its usual picnic tables and playground equipment, it was surrounded by weeping willows, which aren't that uncommon to find in this part of Mississippi. However, unlike other parks, this one was sitting right next to an old plantation house, an abandoned YMCA that closed down in the 70s, in the front of an old locomotive that the city was forced to fence off, because people like my aunt had defaced it in their youth. My cousin Kay and I ran around the park while waiting for the rest of our family to show up and enjoy the festivities. That's when we saw them. 2 women dressed in pastel, lacy dresses with bell skirts and bonnets, the style resembling that of the Civil War era. However, in our 7 or 8-year-old brains, they were dressed like Barbie princesses. So we followed. We still had that childlike naiveness when it came to stranger danger. They walked up the steps to the front porch of the Greek Revival-style home, where we saw a few men in tailcoats, adorned with top hats and what looked to be afternoon tea set up on a table. My cousin and I watched at a distance, at first completely entranced by the scene in front of us. It was like something out of a fairy tale. We got a bit closer. I remember we were going to ask them something. What were we going to ask them? I don't remember. I do remember that as soon as the word "hey" came out of our mouths, the ladies in dresses, the gentlemen in suits, stopped what they were doing and floated through the walls of the house, disappearing completely. My cousin and I stood there, looked at each other for a few minutes in disbelief at what we'd just witnessed. Kay and I came to a silent understanding that no one would believe us, since we were just children. We would have been written off as having overactive imaginations. We went back to Kat's party like everything was normal. Didn't utter a word of what had just happened to anyone. Fast forward to when we were teens. We finally told my mom what we'd experienced all those years ago. My mom told us that the Auburn plantation had reenactments in the spring. So what we must have seen was former residents enjoying the summer breeze like they were still amongst the living. So this happened maybe 2 years ago. But one time, my older sister and I were sharing a room while living with some family members. One night, I was trying to sleep while my sister was on her phone. As I was trying to sleep, I kept hearing seagulls, and I kept thinking, oh my God, why won't she change the TikTok? Finally, I was upset to the point that I sat up, told her to turn it down. She looks at me with wide eyes and says, I thought that was you. My eyes go wide, and I thought, what the fuck? Well, sis texted one of our guardians because their room was across from ours. Then, my sister and I walked into the hallway to talk to said guardian. I was ahead of sis and realized, wait, that's coming from the end of the hall, in the bathroom. I told sis, then started to walk that way. When I got close to the bathroom, I felt this surge of panic. So I quickly turned around, bumped into my sis, and we both ran back to our room. Well, one of our guardians came and checked on what we were doing because we were loud. Then we told them what happened, and one of our brothers came down to see what the seagull noise was. Turns out it was a toy my littlest brother had, but the only way to turn it on was to push a button. We were too scared to go in there, to turn it off. Well, thankfully, one of the grown-ups did. But then later in the night, it went off again. Then the next day, when my sis and brother were home alone, it went off again. Finally, my brother put it outside in the snow. This was only one of many paranormal experiences I've had. So I used to live in a small town in rural Canada. There was this old folks' home for the mentally unwell that was closed a long time before I moved there. During the day, people would go to the property and hang out in the well-kept grass and trees. The town still took care of the surrounding grounds for this specific reason. The actual building was locked up, but teenagers would break into the building to basically scare themselves, myself included on a few occasions, usually with 5 or so people, a little bit drunk or a little high, but even stone cold sober, it was lots of fun, probably due to feeling somewhat safe in numbers. And literally nothing actually happened that couldn't be easily explained with logic, noises, papers shifting, etc. Inevitably, the large group of teens that we would make too much noise, and the cops would get called. One night, me and my best friend, whom is a serious skeptic, decided to break or get into one of the parts of the building that no one had gotten into before. This time, just the two of us, because the more people you bring, the more likely the police are to show up, mainly due to a disturbance being called in by someone living across the property. We've had to book it from cops before, and we didn't want to tonight, especially if we were going to find a place that no one had ever been before, where we didn't know the exits. To get an idea of what it looked like, 5 stories tall, with the 4th and 5th stories making a slight tower jutting from the middle. Old brick in the front. Modern cement blocks that were painted over, like in schools. At the back, that's where you could tell that stuff was added in later years. The newer parts of the building had been broken into by kids a lot, but the main building had thick metal doors, and the windows that might be able to be opened were on the 3rd story. The whole thing looked like an old school, church, asylum, all cobbled together. There were other little structures around the main building, pool house, gymnasium, all ransacked by us idiots. Not the main floor of the old building, though. We climbed on the roof of the boiler room at the back of the building. We did this by piling up furniture debris we found in one of the ransacked storage buildings behind the main building. We pulled off one of the plywood covers nailed over a hole in the roof, for a skylight or a missing vent, not sure. That led into the boiler room. We used the pipes along the ceiling and walls to climb down. This part of the building still looked semi-modern. You could tell that it was added closer to when it had closed. There was an exit that only opened from the inside, so at least leaving would be easy if needed. Me and my buddy are pumped at this point. The pipes made it easy to get down, and everything was going good as it could. We make our way to the back of the room. We find the door leading to the untouched main floor of the building. We're half expecting the door to be locked like all of the other thick metal ones. But it opened with a real achy creak, loud against the silence. The door opened to the middle of a hallway, leading left or right. First thing we noticed, dust everywhere. It had made a 1/4 inch of film on everything. We both went right, as it led into an interesting-looking main area with sheet-covered furniture. We used our phone screens as light, took a couple of steps into the main room, and it hit me like a train. I'll try my best to phrase this understandably. All of a sudden, I feel sick. Not throw-up sick, but I'm gonna die sick. Like my brain said, run, leave, escape, now. I started shaking for no reason. It was so jarring. If I had to compare it to something, it felt like someone was right behind me with the intent to end me. It was weird because of how sudden it was, like a switch went off. I was excited and positive right up until that point, and then I was convinced we were about to get jumped or murdered. I looked at my buddy, and his face had the same expression of what I felt. Genuinely terrified, white as a ghost. I think that might have scared me even more, honestly, because I've never seen him like that. Neither of us saw anything at this point. No ghost, no distinct noises after the door creak, no creepy dolls or skeletons, just thick dust, sheet-covered furniture. It made no sense that I felt so threatened, and looking at my friend, I knew he felt it too. Without saying a word to each other, we turn our heads and walk toward the boiler room. We didn't tell each other that either one of us wanted to go. We just started backtracking faster than we came in. I'm leading us at this point, and my blood ran ice cold when I noticed something on the other side of the door we left open. A set of fresh-looking footprints that led down the left route of the hall. We both went right to get to the large main room. The prints were positively not ours. As we got closer, it got worse. The footprints started 8 to 10 feet from the door, in the middle of the hall. It looked like a person had teleported 10 feet from the door, mid-stride, and walked the opposite way and around the corner. We booked out of there as fast as possible. Thank fuck there was an exit in the boiler room, because I can't imagine climbing up those pipes in a panic. Literally never went back to that building. On the way back to his house, I asked my buddy what he saw, and he said he saw the prints, noticed how far away from the door they were. So, I know that I wasn't just seeing things. I'm an atheist. I don't have a good explanation for this, and I'd really love one. To clarify, we didn't see them appear. We saw them after they had been made, and they looked as new as ours. Bonus fact, the tower, it had a window at the top. Some people claim that they could see someone standing in there at night sometimes. There were a couple of times when I swear something looked like it could be in the window before this whole incident happened. But I guess it could easily just be my mind playing tricks. There's a bit of backstory, but it's important. In February of 2015, my sister ended up buying a Ouija board. She bought it from Spencer's Gifts, so it was cheap and plastic. It has a moon and a sun in the top 2 corners, 2 images on the bottom that I don't really remember. She made plans with 2 of our friends and myself to use the board. My mother is a Bible thumper, so we couldn't do it at our house. We decided to go to one of her friends' houses, since her parents are open to things like that. We all spent the night at S's house. They wanted to wait and take the board out at 12 a.m., the witching hour, to have a higher chance of making contact with something. We had a dance party, ate a ton of junk food, and about 10:30, we settled to watch a movie. I fell asleep. At about 11:45, S stopped the movie, and we started setting up. I was tired from our craziness. We shut off the lights, lit white candles, got around the board. My sister, S, and I had our hands on the planchette, while the other friend, D, sat next to us with paper and pencil to document. She was too scared to use the board. We opened the board and asked questions without much luck. We stopped and talked about what we could do to help things move along. After a while, my sister looked up an app on her phone. It claimed to translate the words that ghosts were saying, or something like that. S thought it was stupid, but we were going to try anything. The phone was handed off to D to keep an eye on it. We kept talking about the candles being too bright, or someone not being open enough to it, when D said that the phone just said plastic and board, one after the other. We took that as a sign that something may be happening. The moment I put my fingers on the planchette, I started shaking. Dread washed over me so intensely, but I couldn't let go of the planchette. I didn't want to. It took all I had to keep myself from crying. The board started off silent, but all of a sudden it moved to Z, then Y, then X. My sister instantly got scared and said, "Move it to goodbye now." We did. The feeling was gone as quickly as it came. My sister explained that if whatever is moving the planchette starts counting down, moving up or down in the alphabet, making figure 8s, or moving to the 4 corners, it's a bad spirit or demon that's trying to make the board a portal. We stopped for the night after that. I didn't tell them how I felt. I was worried that they would think I was just messing with them, that they wouldn't believe me. I had trouble sleeping because I thought that it would come back as I slept. I never experienced dread quite like that before. It felt violating. It felt like whatever it was tried to possess my body. I feel that because I was so tired. I was vulnerable to attack. I'll never play with a board again. It's not a game. It's so real and can go very wrong. When I was a teenager, I got into using a Ouija board. At first, I did it with my friends. We thought it was fun. But eventually, curiosity got the better of me. I started using it alone, in my already paranormally active 115-year-old house. First things first, I do not advise using Ouija boards, ever. I regret my choices as they were dangerous, filled my already creepy house with more bad energy. At best, they're either powerless and or have a good sense of humor. I won't be mentioning any of them by name, except Dave, who was harmless, as I don't want to invite that energy back into my life. If you decide to do it against all warnings, do it away from where you live. I became particularly close with a little boy who had drowned, along with his sister in some Eastern European country. His sister taunted and made him feel lonely and angry in the afterlife, a very dangerous thing for a spirit, as this can turn them into very dark souls. They feed on your energy in order to communicate through the board, so it's best not to contact darker entities who will affect your energy with theirs. This is why I tried to be there for him. I was kind to him, and he changed, promising to keep me company, as I had done for him. I allowed him to connect to me, though I still don't really understand the full extent of what that means. To this day, I hope he's okay. However, this story is about an entity that first called himself Secret. I won't repeat his real name. He was incredibly dark. As time went by, I found out that he was a Nazi, involved in and proud of many deaths in France. Despite me losing family in World War II, I had to keep sweet with him. It's helpful to joke around, as they're less likely to act on any vitriol. I didn't want to. He was creepy, and yes, a fucking Nazi. Not my kind of guy. One day, my stepdad tried to turn the bathroom light on. It wouldn't work, so he called my mom over. As soon as she touched it, the light switched on. They went back and forth testing this, making sure it wasn't just a coincidence. Many strange things happened in that house that defy logic, so even though it was creepy, they moved on and added it to the pile of weird stories. As I write this out and connect the dots, I realize that the reason might be because my stepdad is Jewish. Horrible. I was suspicious, but again, it wasn't completely out of the ordinary for the house. Then the light started flickering. It was an old house, so it was just bothersome at first. I don't know who spoke to it, but quickly we realized it was responding to us. We tested by asking simple math questions, 1 + 3, stuff like that, and it would never flicker outside of an answer. 1 flicker for no, 2 for yes. My mom and sister came to the conclusion that it was our late Nana, as the light said it was. I didn't believe it for a second. I knew I'd brought something more powerful than the other whatevers were in the house before I started using the Ouija board. I maintained a level of skepticism despite the conversations my family would have with the light. It was when I asked it to sing with me that I had no doubt that it was not a series of weird coincidences. I picked London Bridge as it's pretty old and famous. It flickered on every syllable, in time with my singing, and stopped as soon as I did. That was really creepy. I threw a few names around, first asking if it was the boy. The answer was no. It was no to every name until I got to the Nazi. I was showering and I felt pretty vulnerable, but continued joking as I did when using the board. After that, I didn't speak to the light. Tried to tell my sister and Mum to stop when we were out of the house. I never told them why, other than I thought it was not a friendly thing. Thankfully, my mom is pretty superstitious, and my sister is easily wound up, so they stopped feeding him attention. This didn't ward me off talking to my little boy spirit, though. It was habit at this point in my life to check on him. He said something about my soul becoming dark. However, I didn't think too much of it, as he would say all sorts of stuff a lot before I befriended him, as did most of the spirits. A little while after this, my friends and I decided to do a session outside of a derelict pub by the beach to see if we could get anything about the building's past. There was no way we would go inside. It was dangerous, probably full of homeless people that were squatting, pitch black inside. Instead, we sat out front, not far from a road where passerbys could see us, but we picked a day with bad weather to limit attention. We contacted a spirit called Dave. He was pretty friendly and funny. Apparently, he died from falling in a balcony in a drunken stupor, but wasn't bitter about it. We were all laughing as two ladies walked by. They asked what we were doing, but I'm pretty sure they already knew. We explained, and one of them warned us that it may seem fun, but it's the devil, which, admittedly, we did know. The other lady, however, revealed that she was a witch. At first, she told us stories about her and her witch friends, but then gave us a piece of advice. Your energy is sacred. These activities corrupt you, lead you to dark thoughts and traumatic events. Sadly, I think my friend may have been a victim of this, as shortly after, she entered a depression and we don't talk anymore. There were many factors to this, and I don't want to blame it entirely on the Ouija board, but it's a possibility, I guess. The lady told us of her white witch friend, one who practices light magic. She would ask to send us peace and protection, and asked us to look out for white feathers over the next few days. Me and my other friend saw white feathers. Mine was stuck to the front door of my house the next day. I don't know if I do believe in all of that, but the friend who didn't see one is the girl who entered a depression. If it's true, I certainly do feel guilty, as I was the one doing it so much. It's a source of great shame for me. We didn't have any Ouija sessions from that point on. It's wise to listen to a witch. The light stopped flickering, whether it's because we stopped entertaining him, or the white witch did send us protection. I don't know. It's most likely the former, as they feed off of energy. I stopped talking to my little boy, though I did call out for him, wish him well in the house from time to time, just in case he was listening. I've never really felt any bad energy around me since. I try to be a positive influence on the people around me. I try to be forgiving and kind. I'm grateful for what I have, and I do my best not to ruin good things. And I notice white feathers a lot more now. Again, please don't do Ouija boards. They're so bad for you. And I'm lucky that I dealt with it well and moved out of that creepy old house into a new building with no history. They may seem cool and entertaining. You may even want to make a joke out of it if you don't believe it's real. But they are vessels for evil. I don't know if my soul is still all mine, if what the spirit said or threatened is true. Just don't do it. I always thought it would have been fun to be a twin. The chances of me being a twin were rather high, considering the fact that my mom was one. She told me this fact when I was pretty little, along with the fact that she was adopted. But about 10 years ago, I learned a lot more about that story, and it's one that I have to share. It's the story of how my mom learned that she had a twin, all while pregnant with me. Bear with me. I'm telling this story from what my mom told me over 10 years ago on my 21st birthday. My dad had fallen asleep and Mom wanted to have one more glass of wine and some daughter time. Somehow our conversation shifted to family, and the more she talked that night, the more I was like, yep, she's definitely sharing this story with me. She tried to cut it short at one point, but as you'll see, it's not the kind of story you can just stop telling. So, for the record, my mom's name is Jeanette. My dad is Colin. Jeanette meets Colin in college, 1989. They're both attending BHSU and Spearfish. They fall in love. Jeanette becomes pregnant in the winter of 91. I wasn't planned, but optimistic Jeanette thinks that she can get through spring quarter and graduate before my pretty little face can emerge into the world and destroy her petite figure. She calls her parents living back in Douglas, Wyoming. They're elated, made a plan for her and Colin to move back in with them when they're out of college. That weekend, Colin would treat Jeanette to a dinner and a night in Rapid City to celebrate the good news. It was about 45 minutes from their apartment in Spearfish, and Jeanette was looking forward to exploring the town. At dinner, their waiter comes to the table and Colin orders a drink. He asks for Colin's ID. When Colin hands it to the man, he glances at it before handing it back. Then he turns to Jeanette. She orders a water, but he still asks for her ID. She says that she's not drinking, and then tells the waiter their good news. He doesn't say congratulations or even smile. He just says something like, yeah, still gonna need your ID. So Jeanette reluctantly digs around in her purse to get her ID out for the waiter. When he takes it from Jeanette's hand, he closely examines it to make sure it's not fake. She watches as he looks it over, front and back, then tries to peel any hidden stickers off by rubbing his fingernails down, looking for ridges. He then takes a notepad out from his apron, jots down a few words before handing the ID back to Jeanette. She asks if there's a problem, inquiring about what he wrote on his little notepad. He tells her that he just needed to make sure it wasn't a fake ID. They could lose their license selling to a minor. Then he leaves the table. When the drinks are delivered, it's a new waiter, and she becomes their server for the rest of the night. Colin gets absolutely trashed off of what Jeanette recalls as 2 drinks. Again, Jeanette's not drinking alcohol, so she assumes the bartender's just pouring them heavy. They've partied together many times before, and she's seen him this drunk a handful of times. But Jeanette's still a little surprised at how fast it happened. Not to mention, this wasn't supposed to be a party night. Their meal alone was going to cost over $100. It was supposed to be a nice night. By the end of their dinner date, Colin needs help pulling his wallet out of his pocket, and Jeanette no longer feels excited to spend the night away from their cats in their apartment back in Spearfish. She makes the obvious decision and decides to drive them home. When they get into the car, Jeanette's in the driver's seat of Colin's car, and Colin's dry heaving, lying in the back. She thinks she'll take the long Sturgis Road up to the freeway towards home. But a few miles down the highway road, she hears the rumble of what she thinks is a helicopter. But she quickly realizes what it is when her rearview mirror is lit up with tons of bright orbs. She knew the lights couldn't be from cars because they weren't fixed to each other the way headlights would move in the dark. Suddenly, the lights in the rumble weren't so distant in her mirrors. She could see around 10 motorcycles surrounding the car. Jeanette's already a nervous driver when she's behind the wheel, so to see this biker gang on every side of her car makes Jeanette nervous. She slams on her brakes, and the motorcycles behind her almost wipe out trying to avoid her, while a few others stop directly in front of the vehicle, blocking the road. She pleads for Colin to wake up. There's a small moment of silence before any of the bikers approach their car, and my mom hears gurgling. That's when she turns around in her seat and sees my dad choking on his own vomit. She grabs him and has just enough strength to pull him onto his side. When she does, the rest of what he was throwing up falls onto the floor of the back seat. Colin inhaled. Then, the window above him was smashed in. Jeanette's window was next. The roar of men shouting and more glass breaking slowly came back into focus, and Jeanette turned back around, just as one of the bikers had his arm reaching through the broken driver's side window, unlocking her door. Then it opens, and she's grabbed and pulled from the car. Jeanette's terrified, screaming and completely confused as to what's happening. A biker grabs her by her hair and throws her to the ground, calling her a dumb cunt. Jeanette's screaming, "What do you want? Please, don't kill us." The biker that threw her on the ground now stands over her with a hunting knife. He tells her to take off her top, and she begs him not to. But the man interrupts her by grabbing the fabric of her shirt and cutting it off of her body. Jeanette sobbed as she was flipped onto her stomach. She was sure the worst was about to happen. The gravel hurt her skin, and the motorcycle lights shining in her face made it hard to see how many people were there. Face down, Jeanette hears an audible hush shared amongst the bikers. The man above her tells one of the men to go get the purse. She hears the car door open and shut. They dump her purse onto the ground, and all of its contents fall around Jeanette's head. The biker picks up her ID off the ground. A moment later, he picks Jeanette up off the ground. She stands quietly, covering herself the best she can, as he looks at the ID. When he looks at her again, he asks if she's ever met a woman named Gilda, and tells her, don't fucking lie to him. Genuinely confused and relieved to not know a single Gilda, she tells the man, "I don't know who that is." "Bullshit," she hears from somewhere behind the man with her ID. The man comes into view, and Jeanette realizes it's the waiter from the restaurant, the one who also examined her ID and had taken their drink orders. The man with the ID tells the other guy to shut up, and then asks Jeanette if she's got family around here. Are her parents Donna and Alec? She immediately tells the man no, that her adoptive family is from Wyoming, to which one of the men asks, "What the fuck are you doing in Rapid City then?" Jeanette says she's currently a student at BHSU. She bends down, scrambling for her student ID, presenting it to the man, hoping this will prove her case. He grabs the ID and examines it, as he did the first one. Time is crawling, but the man is silent, passing the ID to the man behind him. Then, after several moments, he says, "You have a sister." But not in the form of a question. It's a statement. Jeanette stares at the man, confused, but before she can respond, he says, "A twin. You have a twin sister. And your sister? She's not welcome here. In fact, she should be dead." She tells the man that she doesn't know anything about a sister or a twin. She tells him again she's from Wyoming. This is her first time in Rapid City. She's crying, she's confused, and just plain scared. The man hands her the student ID, while the other guy walks back to his bike. The man with the knife tells her, "You'd better make this your last trip to Rapid City. Your sister, your twin, she's not welcome here. And if we see you again, we'll have to assume you're her, and we won't be able to let you go. Do you understand what I'm saying?" My mom nods her head, showing the man she understands what he's saying. "Oh, and sorry about your guy. Couldn't have him trying to be a hero. He'll be fine in about 12 hours. Don't even think about going to the cops. Waste of your time and ours. Understand?" She nods once more, and then the man holds up his left arm, making some sort of turn-it-around motion, and all of the bikes fire up at the same time, while the man turns and walks back to his own bike. Within seconds, the loud rumbling passes by Jeanette once again as she stands in the middle of the street. Eventually, it's silent, and she's processing everything that just happened, but quickly makes her way back to the car. She's relieved that Colin hasn't moved back onto his back, but remembers the man's words. He'll be fine in about 12 hours. To this day, my mom had no idea what they gave my dad, but whatever it was kept him out for hours. Once back at the apartment, my mom struggles to get my dad out of the car. Realizing she literally can't do it, she lays him back on his side, closes the door, and runs into their apartment to call her parents. So this was the night that my mom learned of Gilda and the full truth about her adoption. Grandma explains that yes, Jeanette had a twin. The girl's mother had decided to put them both up for adoption, but not together. For whatever reason, the twins were split up and adopted out to 2 different families. It wasn't an open adoption either, so all my grandparents knew was that the other girl was adopted by a family in Rapid City. They didn't know the name of the family, and they never knew what they decided to name the girl. Confused, upset, scared. These are all things my mom explained feeling after the phone call and experience. My grandparents wanted Jeanette and Colin to drive to their house as soon as possible, but Mom was too tired to make that almost 5-hour drive. So that night, my parents slept in their car. My mom explained everything to my dad the next morning. Naturally, he wanted to go to the police, but it was my mom that assured him that wasn't an option, that their only option was to forget about the whole thing and to never end up in Rapid City again. That's what they did. I asked my mom if she ever looked for her sister, but she told me no, that she was far too afraid to go digging after that whole experience, and even more afraid once I entered the world. I can't say that I blame her. It seemed obvious that her sister was entangled with a scary group of people that my mom never wanted to see again. I asked if she was mad at my grandparents for keeping this from her, and she also said no. She said that she thinks that they did the right thing, especially seeing how everything turned out. It was better this way, she told me. In case you're curious, I never went looking either, but I did finally understand why our family never made our way to Rapid City. As Grandma always says, it's not wise to go where you're not welcome. I've been working at the Grand Sinclair Hotel, at least that's what I'll always call it, in the heart of the historical district for nearly a decade now. I've been with them since the beginning, and it's fair to say that there's something that lingers within these grand walls. Plenty of guests have reported as much. Though many guests have checked in and checked out without ever noticing it, as an employee, I've had my fair share of experiences, and I'm convinced that this place is haunted. The first sign for me came early, unexplained sounds echoing through the hallways. This was during the dead of night. Clearly, no guests roaming the halls or even awake at that hour. These types of auditory experiences aren't only experienced by me. Others hear them too, mainly staff. One of our maids, probably my 3rd year at the hotel, told me that she heard sounds outside of the rooms when she was cleaning, often. She described hearing the very specific sound of someone running their fingers across the wall. She would then expect to see someone pass by the open doorway, only no one ever showed. The hallways were always empty. Eventually, she stopped checking. This was the same woman who told me that sometimes things would get moved on her cleaning cart when she'd be cleaning rooms, specifically the top floors, 16 and 17. She absolutely believed in ghosts and used to say that the building was very alive. Then you have those who have stayed at the hotel for extended periods of time. Some of these guests would report the very same sound, the sound of someone running their fingers across the walls. Hearing the reports, it's almost like the guests aren't really sure what to report. Just a noise they can't explain, but they always try to explain it, and it's always the same description. I've only ever taken a few of those reports, but I'm one in a staff of over 30, and I often wonder how many people don't report this sound. To this day, I still have no real explanation for this one. The next thing I want to talk about is what I consider my first real experience. The first one that I couldn't just explain away as a guest who was just a night owl, or really any guest at all. I heard the very distinct sound of horses trotting. The trotting started from what sounded like far away, but then started to speed up, getting louder for just a moment before ceasing altogether. I swear on all that is holy, I know the sound of trotting horses quite well. I just have no idea where it came from in this instance. It sounded like they were quite literally trotting through the hallways and into the lobby, which, of course, cannot be the case since, I didn't see any horses. Very strange, yet very real. I only heard that sound the one time in the lobby, but I haven't stopped thinking about it since, and I'm always waiting to hear it again. Something I do experience quite frequently are the inexplicable cold spots. Walking down certain hallways, the temperature abruptly drops, and you feel as if an invisible presence suddenly brushes past you. Hair raises on the back of your neck, the feeling of unease washing over you, the whole thing. I have personally experienced this more than once, and not always the same spot. These places, these areas, it's not where ventilation is heavy or even present. No real or functional reason to experience these things, they just happen. The thing about them, too, is you just can't really ignore it. Whatever it is, it wants you to know it's there, where others don't seem to notice you at all. Possibly the most chilling encounters happen in the old ordnance elevator. There were times when I was operating the lift and the doors would simply open on a floor that nobody called for. I really didn't appreciate that happening. I don't run the lift anymore, but when I did and this would happen, I would imagine a woman standing there in front of me, a figure draped in a sort of tattered something or rather, hollow eyes. Then I'd suddenly snap out of it when the doors would slam shut, leaving me with a sense of inexplicable terror. Each time this happened, I knew the woman wasn't real, but as the doors were slamming, I also knew that I was seeing something else. It was the backs of several people, 4, maybe 5 men in suits. I'd watch as this group of feet rounded the corner and disappeared. I would hear something that I couldn't understand being called amongst the men. It was always the same split-second visual, and it happened more than a couple of times. They weren't doing anything wrong, but I knew they weren't real. Not anymore, anyway. In the past, they must have walked that route 1,000 times. I wonder often if that's what I'm seeing and hearing. Moments frozen in time, destined to be repeated or possibly experienced by someone else. One of my favorites are the stories of the shadows dancing in the ballroom. They've always fascinated me. I experience the sensation of being watched in there, usually when I'm alone in the ballroom. Strangely, though, I've also felt like I was watching others. Shadows really do dance along the perimeter of the room. I can't explain it, and it's not all the time, but it happens. Enough times to where the ballroom had to start being locked, figuring that would resolve the reports of people dancing or utilizing the ballroom after hours. But even still, janitorial staff frequently reports the sound of hushed voices filling the circumference of the room. I've never heard it, but at this point, I absolutely believe it. There's just too many strange things that have happened for me to assume that something else is impossible. I guess it's all these things that make me question the legitimacy of hauntings, meaning anything is possible. Had I not experienced things myself, I may not believe any of these things, but reoccurring encounters, the countless stories shared by guests and staff, it's hard not to be convinced that the Grand St. Clair Hotel is more than just a historic landmark. It's a place where the spirits of the past remain, and it makes me think about the times before this place was a hotel. What kinds of stories happened all around here, and where do all those spirits reside? I think history has a way of forever etching itself into the foundations around it, and I think that includes the hotel's very foundation. The eerie atmosphere, the unexplainable phenomena. It's enough to make even the most skeptical believe in the paranormal, I think. So if you ever find yourself in Fort Worth, make sure to check into the Grand St. Clair to experience the feeling for yourself. No, really, you should. It is a stunningly beautiful place to experience, haunted or not. My second year of college, I started dating a guy that owned a dive bar near the university. His name was Jake. On a Sunday morning, my phone would ring with a number I didn't recognize. I let it go to voicemail, but it almost instantly started ringing again, with the same number. When this happened a third time, I answered it. On the other line is a woman named Gretchen. Calm and steady was the tone that she used when she advised me Jake was her husband. Gretchen's anger wasn't towards me. She'd assumed correctly when asking about my knowledge of their marriage. I had no clue. I was completely caught off guard, hurt and mad. Gretchen held the same feelings, but tenfold, and rightfully so. She asked if I could meet up with her. I asked when, and she said now. Then the door intercom on my apartment beeped with a static hiss. The voice I heard through my phone was now again speaking to me, but from the intercom. It was Gretchen. She said, "May I come up? I promise not to be long." My insides were tied in knots. Instead of pressing the speaker button, I just buzzed her in. Less than 2 minutes later, Gretchen was at my door. She was short, older, I'd believe closer to Jake's age than mine. Her style was nothing close to what I thought Jake would be into. She dressed in the fashion of a librarian or a schoolteacher. Thick glasses, her thin face only helped to accentuate the large circular frames around her mousy features. She had long auburn hair, a green long-sleeve shirt, and a floral skirt when she walked into my home. We shook hands. My first words were for confirmation. I'd already known, but... Gretchen, right? She says yes, but doesn't bother wasting the air I did. She knew my name, she knew my face, and she knew my address and apartment number, all thanks to Jake's text messages with me. Gretchen softly continued to hold my hand, then gestured me over to my own couch. She grabbed a wooden chair from the dining room table and placed it across from me. Then she sat down and stared into my eyes. Her expression was emotionless. Her eyebrows didn't furrow. Her lips didn't frown. She would preface her reasons for coming by, reassuring me that her hatred was not for me. Gretchen wanted repentance for the 14 years she'd given him. She was hungry for revenge. Spoken softly, with words in sharp contrast. Complete destruction, socially and financially. She wanted the bar. I was happy to oblige when she requested my participation in her plan. She agreed to purchase a cheap motel off of Highway 9, miles from town, for that Saturday. The room would be in my name. Then, I called him, putting the call on speaker. Gretchen remained stone-faced as she listened to her husband verbally defile the sanctity of their relationship. At first, he was adamant that he couldn't stay overnight with me, but by the end of the conversation, he told me that he'll try to get someone to cover his shift at the bar. That was the story he told me. Decoded, it means, I'll think of a lie to tell my wife. It was disgusting how quick a few seductive words convinced Jake to meet me that upcoming Saturday. I gave him the address and room number. We hang up, and Gretchen calls his phone a few minutes later. The tone of her voice now bright and chipper when Jake answers. She now puts her cell phone on speaker before asking him to pick up a blockbuster movie on the way home, and a few other small conversational pushes to see if anything in his inflection, tone, or cadence could be an admission of guilt. We're both surprised at how fast he decided to make something up to Gretchen about Saturday, most likely doing it over the phone to hide his lying face. He tells her something like corporate is making them take a refresher mixology course. It's for licensing purposes. The venue that they're holding it at is 3 hours away, so he would get a hotel instead of risking falling asleep at the wheel. Gretchen doesn't miss a breath when she wholeheartedly agrees that his safety is what she cares about. When their call ends, Gretchen stands up from the wooden chair and thanks me. When she leaves, it's the last time I see her in person until Saturday, but we stayed in contact, texting back and forth about what was going to happen. When the day arrives, Gretchen picks me up in the evening. We're expecting Jake to show up closer to midnight. She and I check into the hotel at 8, then go to dinner at a Mexican restaurant. When we get back to the motel, it's still way too early for Jake to be showing up. But when we drive to the back lot where our room faces, we both see the light in our room has been turned on. A light we swore we turned off before leaving. I park, the ignition turns down, and Gretchen says, "Wait, is he already here?" She's staring at the window. Through the blinds, we see someone's now walking around in our room. A large silhouette paces back and forth, then pauses in front of the window. Veiled, but their gaze most likely inspecting the parking lot for any changes in vacancy. This made Gretchen terribly upset, and a moment passed before she could stop her hands from shaking and regain her composure. Her original plan was for us to be in the room before he got there, but now it was plan B. Gretchen tells me that we're both just going to go in there and confront him. It's game time. Gretchen and I get out of the car and walk to the door. His shadow continues to pace back and forth in front of the thick beige curtains. I put the key in and open the door. When I look into the room, what I see is still a figure draped in black, as if a shadow had stood up and filled the dimensional gap. My sudden presence makes the figure dash up toward the ceiling. As I'm watching this happen, gunshots suddenly fire next to me, the loudest sound I've yet to experience, and the front window's glass is shattering. And Gretchen is screaming, "I hate you, I hate you." The scare sends me off my feet, and I start pushing myself backwards towards the car, while still witnessing Gretchen fire bullets into the motel room. She had a fucking gun. I remember thinking, this was not part of the plan. This was murder. Then she turns and screams, "Let's get out of here," while running for the car. I get up and start running too. We got to her car and we sped away before the other motel guests began coming outside. I was shook. On the ride home, I was already preparing a statement in my head for the police. But when Gretchen dropped me off at my apartment, I was sworn to secrecy and threatened with being an accomplice. An hour later, I'd receive a call from the motel. I acted dumbfounded when they told me that there had been a shooting on the premises. They were glad that I wasn't there at the time that it occurred. They also let me know I'd receive a full refund on the room. Jake would contact me next, sometime after 1 a.m., asking if I'm okay and telling me the motel got shot up. It would be documented and communicated that nobody was in the room at the time of the shooting. I told Jake, I know about Gretchen, and she knows about me, and I strongly recommend that he get himself somewhere far away from her and to never call me again. Neither myself or Gretchen have any idea what we saw that night. The motel was dingy and old. It definitely looked like a place that kept more than our secret hidden within its walls. I rarely tell this story because the subject matter, well, it puts everyone in such a poor light. Obviously, I had no idea that she had a gun. I'd never have agreed to it. I don't like Jake, but I didn't want him dead either. But seriously, who or what did we see in that room? My first cat, Gilly, had a toy mouse. It was her favorite toy, special from all the other toys. When I was in another room, I would hear Gilly start to meow a very specific and silly-sounding meow. The mouse would be in her mouth, and she'd bring it to me pretending to be a top predator. Her meows would be muffled and elongated until she dropped the mouse at my feet, and we'd both celebrate the catch with a good pet. When I was about 12, my mom started letting me be at home without the supervision of a babysitter. She worked at a grocery store, and the fancy job title they gave her meant she'd most certainly need to be there all the time. During the holiday season, I would see her the least. She would be there with the midnight crew, unloading boxes, making sure each shipment was right. Usually, my only company at the end of the night was Gilly. Sometimes I'd plug in the phone jack and play Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 4 with a couple of friends from school, but the dial-up router I was using at the time wasn't very reliable. One night I was able to get online and actually do a couple sessions with my friend. While I'm playing, I hear Gilly's distant, silly meowing. My bedroom door was shut, and when she gets to my room, she starts scratching from the other side. I'm sitting at the end of my bed. My back is facing the door. I'm in the middle of a game, so I ignore her meows and scratches until it was done. Then, I took off my headphones and set down the controller beside me, untangling myself from the PlayStation cords before getting off the bed to let her in. But when I turned around, Gilly was lying on the bed behind where I was sitting. She was staring at the door, her ears forward, curious about the noises we were both hearing. Seeing Gilly on the bed made me freeze and listen with her. The scratching and meowing persisted. I listened with full focus while stepping as light as I could to the door. As I got closer, the scratching paused for a moment. Then it hit the door again, scratching harder and more aggressive. The meowing got more frantic. No sound I'd ever heard Gilly produce, and I knew she was sitting right next to me. I was starting to think I wasn't even dealing with a cat on the other side of the door. Originally, I tried to rationalize with myself, thinking somehow another cat had gotten into the house. But I couldn't trick my brain into believing the noises were coming from a cat. It sounded like an air raid siren mixed with a scream. It crescendos to silence. Suddenly, I felt an urgency to know what this thing was before it was too late. I quickly open my bedroom door, but I don't see anything on the other side. Looking out the door, I'm only able to see the hallway wall with a few pictures hanging on it. I had to stick my head out into the dark hallway if I wanted to fully see into the hallway and living room. There's no doubt in my mind that something was just outside my door, so I forced myself to pop my head out and look. Down the narrow hallway, there's a woman standing in the dark with her forehead against the wall. Her hair is long and covers most of her face. She's wearing an oversized white t-shirt that hangs down to her knees. Other than that, it doesn't even look like she's wearing shoes. That's all I can make out, and I realize the woman I'm looking at isn't my mom. The hair stands up on my neck, and I lean my head back into my bedroom. Terrified, I attempt to slowly turn the door handle before closing the door, so the handle doesn't click when latching. But as I'm doing my best to carefully close it without a sound, I hear footsteps running toward my room. This makes me scream and slam the door so hard Gilly would hide under the bed for the rest of the night, scared. I would hide scared all night on top of the bed, under my covers. When I slammed the door, the footsteps vanished mid-step. The house was quiet the rest of the night. My heart almost stopped when my mom came home. I remember trying to explain it to her, but not really being able to describe what I heard and saw and have it all make sense. The conversation dwindled down to either I don't give my mom things to worry about or she's getting my cousin to start babysitting me again. Thankfully, that was the only time something of that nature happened. But it leaves me all the more lost. It's now just a memory I'll always feel a little crazy for having, not to mention retelling. I had a babysitter in elementary school whose house I really loved. She was an older woman, Eleanor, and her house always smelled like cookies, and she always had cartoons on. But the best part was her dog, a Shih Tzu named Huckleberry, aka Barry. He loved to watch cartoons with me and followed me around like my best bud. Sometimes I would give him just the tiniest of snacks from my snack plate. Maybe that's why he loved me so much. Anyway, it wasn't often that I would stay the night at Eleanor's, but depending what Mom's work schedule was like, it would happen. Normally, Eleanor would let me fall asleep in front of the TV on the couch, and she would watch from her chair. At some point, she'd turn the TV off and retreat to her room. Even at home, I'd usually wake up at some point in the night having to use the bathroom. This is because I used to have to drink a cup of milk and a cup of water before bed. Like, I had to. Call it OCD or whatever. At our house, it was a quick jump to the bathroom since it was in my room. My mom had also strategically set up a bunch of nightlights, so there weren't really any dark paths. What Eleanor's house was missing were lights. She didn't know I was afraid of the dark, and honestly, until her house, I don't think I was. Waking up alone to a quiet, dark house, it felt unsettling. But I wasn't totally alone. I had Barry. He always made it seem not so bad. Thankfully, she also left her hallway light on, which is where the bathroom was. Once we had passed through the living room, it wasn't so bad. I'd enter the lit hallway, turn on the bathroom light as quickly as possible, close the door, do my thing, wash up, and be done. Normally, that's when Barry and I would make our way back to the couch and pass out once more. My next memory would be my mom waking me up, telling me it's time to go. Pretty basic stuff. Only there was one time where things were less than basic. It did only happen once, though. I don't think that makes what happened less real. I woke up as I normally do, only this time I didn't have to pee. So why was I awake? I looked around and everything seemed normal. TV was off. Eleanor had gone off to bed, but I couldn't see Barry. He wasn't right next to me, like always. I remember being hesitant to leave the safety of the couch, and likely would have just fallen back asleep if I didn't hear it. The ever so faint sound of Barry's whining or crying. It's cute and soft, even when you're directly in his presence. So I almost didn't hear it, but through the quiet of the house, I heard him, far away. I remember thinking that he must be in Eleanor's room and the door shut. I didn't like the idea of him being sad or needing out, but I knew that I shouldn't go opening her door. She could have him in there for a reason. Still, it was hard to fall asleep, so I decided I'd go to the bathroom after all. I got up and made my way quickly through the living room, into the bathroom, turning the light on immediately. This time, I was tempted to close the door, but I left it open. Before I could even start doing my thing, I realized Barry sounded a lot closer now. But how was that possible? Eleanor's room was on the other side of the house. Over on the side that I was, it was just the bathroom and the laundry room. The laundry room door was usually propped open with this brick thing that Eleanor had painted. But I stepped outside the bathroom, and sure enough, I was hearing Barry inside the laundry room, and the door was shut. The brick, I noticed it was sitting against the wall, almost as though it had been tossed down the hallway. Barry ran out as soon as I opened the door, but he didn't leave. He just stood right next to me and continued sort of whining. I put the brick back in its place, and stepping back, I noticed it held the door open just fine, per usual. I picked Barry up, and instead of going to the bathroom at that moment, I just decided to run back to the couch, not even turning off the bathroom light. I remember jumping onto that couch so quickly that alone gave me an adrenaline rush. Something about Barry being locked in there, it didn't feel good. He didn't seem eager to leave the sanctuary of the couch either, until he did. Suddenly, all the way to the other side of the couch, Only he wasn't whining anymore. He was growling. A pitiful, small growl, but a growl nonetheless. I didn't move. I just let myself believe that Barry was hearing things outside like dogs do. He probably did most of this stuff all the time, and I was usually just sleeping through it. Then I jumped, almost to a full standing position, before quickly throwing myself back onto the couch. Barry right next to me, shaking. The TV had just turned on by itself. It was an old TV, the kind where you could control everything on the TV itself. But there was a VHS player attached to this one, and that had a remote that could also control the TV and the player. That remote was always sitting on Eleanor's little TV tray next to her chair. I looked over. There it was, untouched. Except something had to have been touched, the TV or the remote. I sat on the couch with Barry, both of us shaking now. It felt like I wasn't able to catch my breath for a moment. I was so scared. It was like I was forgetting basic functions. I don't know how long I contemplated turning the TV off myself, but before I could act on impulse, the TV turned itself off. Immediately followed by the sound of a door slamming from clear down the hallway, along with another noise. It was what I assumed was the brick hitting the trim of the wall in the hallway. At this time, I didn't even jump, only froze. But Barry, he hopped off the couch and ran straight toward the sound. He didn't leave the living room, but I turned to see that he was facing the hallway, just barking. I thought for sure Eleanor was going to wake up and even considered waking her up, only everything stopped just moments after it had started. Barry did his growling and his barking for a few more moments, but eventually seemed satisfied. He came back to the couch, hopping up, looking at me, curious maybe as to why I was still up. I had to use the bathroom, of course. The house was seemingly back to normal, but there was no way I was going to make that trip again. Not with whatever was going on down there. I took one more look down toward the hallway, sure that I was going to see some horrific creature or human intruder. I didn't see that, but I could tell from where I was that something had turned off the bathroom light. And that's when I knew for sure I wasn't going back there. I laid down with my protector and toughed it out until eventually I fell asleep. I'd be woken up in a much more normal way this time, my mom telling me it was time to go. I still really had to use the bathroom, but I remember holding it all the way until I got home, which luckily was less than 5 minutes away. I'd never been so happy to see my own bathroom, my own room. After that, I expected things to happen every time I went to Eleanor's house overnight. But like I said, that was the only experience I ever had. I will say, I didn't particularly like that laundry room. It didn't have any windows in it. It always felt dim and stuffy, like it was meant to be a closet more than a laundry room. Everywhere else was bright and felt inviting, but not there. And I didn't like the door being open either, so maybe whatever was doing all of that, if it was a spirit, maybe they just agreed with me. I don't know. I told myself weird stuff as a kid to make me less afraid, but the truth is I have no idea what happened there that night, outside of what I've explained here. And I know I probably never will, but that doesn't mean I don't want to hear others' theories on the whole thing, so please tell me, what do you think this was?